What if I told you Native Americans didn't just survive winter? They built an entire hidden system that let them walk, sleep, hunt, and cook through blizzards that would shut down modern cities? Here is a fact that will blow your mind. Explorers wrote that native families stayed warmer in their tipis at -30°F than settlers did inside log cabins with roaring fireplaces. And according to winter journals from the 1800s, some of their food and clothing techniques were so advanced that scientists are only now beginning to understand how they worked. If you just felt that wait, no way moment, then you're exactly where you need to be. Because this isn't just a story about buffalo hides or dried meat. This is about engineering that came from observation, patience, and a relationship with winter that most of us have forgotten. Their food didn't freeze. Their clothing didn't stiffen. Their shelters didn't choke with smoke. Everything worked together naturally, seamlessly, brilliantly. And if that already sounds unbelievable, just wait until you hear how all these systems connected to create warmth that lasted through nights so cold they could crack tree trunks in half. Hey friends, tonight we'll walk right through the heart of how Native Americans slept in tipis without freezing. Before you get comfortable, like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy this kind of history that feels alive. And tell me in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Picture this. The prairie is an ocean of white under a moon that looks sharp enough to cut glass. A wind slides across miles of open ground, whispering through tall grass and snowdrifts. In that silence, you see a small circle of glowing tipis, cones of light against endless darkness. Let us dive into how those families stayed warm when the world around them was nothing but ice. How did Native Americans sleep warm on frozen plains? Let's start with the brutal truth. Great Plains winters didn't play nice. We're talking temperatures dropping to -40, wind that could slice through bone, and snow so dry it squeaked when you walked on it. You might think survival in that kind of cold meant constant misery, but actually, life inside a well-kept tipi was shockingly comfortable. Imagine being out there around 1845. The horizon stretches forever, no trees for shelter, no chimneys, and no walls. And yet every night, families tucked themselves in, told stories, and slept warm enough to dream. Sounds impossible, right? But that was the point. The tipi wasn't just a tent. It was a system. Even today, engineers call the tipi a multi-layer thermal system. According to ethnographer George Catlin, early plains camps glowed with faint, steady smoke at night, not roaring fires. Inside, temperatures hovered near 60 degrees even when the outside was 30 below. Yes, really. So, what was their secret? Here's the kicker. Everything inside that large worked toward one goal, keeping heat in and cold out. The first line of defense started right underfoot. The ground was never bare. Families layered it like insulation, willow mats, dried grasses, and then thick buffalo robes. Hair side up, It was basically the 1800s version of a memory foam floor. Under those hides, trapped air created a thermal cushion that stopped cold from creeping through the soil. Modern sleeping pads still struggle with ground chill, and even the best ones can't match the natural insulation this layered floor provides. Now this part blows my mind every time. The warmth didn't just come from fire, it came from life itself. Modern survival schools still teach group body heat sleeping. 8 to 10 people in one large made it an 8-person furnace. Modern cold weather tests show that even advanced sleeping bags can match the combined heat output of a well-arranged group of people. Each person radiated about 100 watts of heat just by existing. Multiply that by a big family, add a low ceiling that kept air circulating tight and cozy, and suddenly you've got a natural heater powered by breath and bodies. But of course, fire was the heart. Not a huge blaze, just a low, steady burn in the center. The flames licked maybe 2 feet high, surrounded by smooth stones that soaked up heat like batteries. Today's portable heaters burn out fast, but these stones kept releasing warmth for hours without any fuel. During the day, those rocks sat in the fire. At night, they glowed faintly, radiating warmth long after the flames died down. Ever wondered how smoke didn't choke everyone? That's where the Tipis genius came in. The cone shape acted like an upside-down chimney. It tested several modern tent shapes in wind tunnels. None achieved this natural chimney effect without mechanical vents. Hot air rose straight to the smoke hole, and cooler air entered through a tiny gap at the bottom, creating a perfect convection cycle. Modern tents suffer from condensation. Tipi ventilation solves it naturally. They could adjust the smoke flaps using poles, basically nature's version of thermostat sliders. And here's where it gets even smarter. Inside the tipi was a second wall. Women hung an inner liner, called the ozone, made of lighter hides or woven cloth. It didn't reach all the way to the ground, leaving a gap where cold air entered. Rose behind the lining, warmed and carried smoke out through the top. Translation: free heating and ventilation, no drafts, no suffocation. Even today's $900 mountaineering tents rely on artificial vents to avoid suffocation risk. The tipi handled it naturally. The people who mastered this weren't guessing. They were scientists without lab coats. Grandmothers taught their daughters exactly how to read wind patterns, when to open the flaps, when to drop them low, and how to place bedding to avoid cold spots. It wasn't superstition, it was physics learned through centuries of trial and error. Picture a night inside, the fire dimmed, the stones pulsing red under ash. Modern ceramic heat bricks rarely hold warmth this long. These river stones outperformed many engineered materials. Everyone's wrapped in buffalo robes, heads toward the wall and feet toward the heat. You hear quiet breathing, soft laughter, and the hiss of a tiny coal collapsing. Outside, wind howls like something alive, but in here, the air feels heavy and safe. Think about that for a second. No gadgets, no noise. just a design so efficient it's still studied by modern engineers for passive climate control. Doesn't that sound unbelievable? And the craziest part? They could pack it all up in under an hour. 15 poles, 20 hides, some rope gone. By sunrise, the whole village could move and rebuild warmth somewhere new. Try doing that with your central heating. So, yeah, the next time you see a drawing of a tipi on some souvenir mug, remember this. It wasn't just an icon of native life, it was survival technology. Every knot, stitch, and height placement was calibrated like a machine built from instinct. According to researcher Raymond Demalley, the Lakota considered the tipi not just a shelter but a living circle. Its poles symbolized the ribs of the world, its fire the heart. It wasn't engineering or spirituality, it was both. The physics of heat met the philosophy of harmony. And here's where things get interesting. The real challenge wasn't staying warm once the fire was lit. It was keeping the warmth through long. Freezing nights when fuel ran low and the wind refused to quit. Because what happened when the buffalo chips ran out? Or the woodpile froze solid? What did they do when even the fire couldn't fight the cold? Hold on, because that's where the story takes a turn, and the answer to how they managed that might be the smartest survival trick you've never heard of. So, when we left off, the storm was still growling outside that circle of light, and the coals were slowly dimming. Inside the tipi, the family S-hole universe had shrunk to the glow of a few embers and the sound of breathing. That S where the night always revealed who really understood warmth, because survival wasn't here about endurance, it was about rhythm. Let's talk about that rhythm. Every winter night on the Great Plains followed a kind of pulse. The firekeeper rose quietly, stirred the embers, shifted a buffalo chip, and checked the smoke flaps. The smallest sound, a quick popping, a hide creaking, told her exactly what the weather was doing outside. According to ethnographer Francis Densmore, experienced women could tell a coming cold snap just by how fast the tipi S hides stiffened after midnight. If the sound went from soft flap flap to a dry crack, you knew the temperature had dropped 10 degrees. You might think that kind of awareness sounds exhausting, but actually, it created calm. When you've lived your whole life in rhythm with the elements, you don't fight the cold, you anticipate it. Modern campers panic when frost forms on their sleeping bag. These families treated it like a clock. Frost on the walls meant it was time to turn the hides, tighten the flap, and feed the coals. No fear, just a response. Now, here is the kicker. They didn't need huge fires because the tipi itself learned from the day. During sunlight hours, the hides soaked up radiant heat, and when darkness fell, they released it slowly back inward. Think of it as solar-powered leather. By evening, the walls were warm to the touch, enough that children pressed their hands against them before lying down. The way kids today warm fingers on a car heat event. And the air, constantly moving. Have you ever stepped into a modern tent and felt that stuffy, dead heat? The tipi avoided that. The bottom edge was intentionally lifted a few inches off the ground in calm weather. So, air could slip underneath, feeding the central flame with oxygen and sweeping smoke upward. The result: warm, clean air all night without choking fumes. According to early explorer Prince Maximilian of Weed, the interior remained clear of smoke even in calm nights, for the air flowed as in a chimney. That's 1833 science meeting indigenous design. But warmth wasn't only physical, it was psychological. Inside that lodge, the crackle of the fire and the rhythm of voices built what anthropologists now call thermal community. In other words, the shared belief is that everyone contributed to the heat. You tended the flame not just to stay alive, but to keep the circle alive. A single person neglecting their duty, sleeping too long, or leaving a flap open risked the comfort of all. So warmth became a collective responsibility. Picture it. The father wakes, feels the cold edge creeping in near his feet. He nudges his teenage son, "Your turn." The boy rises, sleepy, feeds a chip to the fire, adjusts the flap and lies back down. The air warms again. That little exchange carries a whole world of trust. No thermostat needed, just people who actually notice the temperature of their lives. And here's something wild. Even their food was engineered for heat. The slow-cooked stews simmering through the night weren't just dinner, they were central heating. The steam moisturized the air and coated hides with a thin layer of protective condensation. That froze on the outside but sealed warmth inside, like a natural vapor barrier. You could call it early edition home humidifying. Ever boil soup in winter and feel your windows fog up? Same principle, perfectly timed. Now imagine the view outside around to A.M. 50 tipis across the plain and each breathing little trails of smoke into the black sky. The stars look close enough to touch. Under every one of those cones, families rest in microclimates they build with their own hands. Temperature difference from outside to inside? Sometimes 40 degrees. That's not survival. That's engineering perfection disguised as everyday life. Still, there were nights when even mastery met its match. When wind velocity hit 60 miles per hour and temperatures plummeted to -40, not even the best sealed tipi could hold comfort. That's when experience turned to creativity. Families stacked snow around the lower walls, added a second inner lining and shifted sleeping positions, adults on the outer ring, kids and elders at the core. Body heat plus double hides turned the lodge into a living thermos. And if the fire died completely, they'd still wake alive because of something called thermal layering. The bedding wasn't flat, it had pockets of air. Between mats of willow and hides lay tiny gaps that trapped warmth like the baffled insulation in a down jacket. Archaeologists who reconstructed these floors measured only a few degrees difference between surface and air temperatures, even after 6 hours without flame. That's absurdly efficient for technology made entirely of plants and animal skin. Let's clear up one more myth while we're here. Tipis weren't smoky, smelly, or cramped. That's Hollywood nonsense. Contemporary observers constantly wrote about their cleanliness, and sweet scent sage, sweet grass, and cedar were burned daily. partly for ceremony, partly as a natural air freshener. It's like lighting a scented candle that also disinfects. You walk into a warm, dimly lit space that smells of herbs and leather and family. Tell me that's primitive. Now fast forward to dawn. The fire has burned low, and the stones along the pit still glow faint red. A sliver of light leaks through the high doorway. Outside, the wind has calmed, snow glittering blue in the early grey. The same woman who banked the coals 6 hours ago stirs, stretches, and begins rebuilding the flame with movements so practiced they look like part of breathing. She doesn't need matches. She uses a coal she saved under ash. Within minutes, the lodge hums again with warmth and light. Children stir. Someone laughs. Breakfast starts. That morning routine was identical across thousands of miles. Blackfoot, Lakota, Cheyenne, Arapaho, different languages, same rhythm. Wake, breathe, relight and feed, live. That consistency is what kept entire cultures alive through winters settlers called uninhabitable. And maybe that's the biggest lesson of all. Warmth isn't just a temperature, it's a habit, a practice, something you maintain every single day with attention and care. When modern people talk about sustainability, that's exactly what these families were doing, sustaining life one coal at a time. If someone told you today that you could survive -40 nights using only recycled natural materials and teamwork, would you believe them? Because they did, for centuries, without wasting a thing. So next time you step out of a heated house into winter air, remember, warmth doesn't have to come from machines. Sometimes it comes from memory, from knowing where to place the fire, when to adjust the flap, and how to listen to the wind. The plains peoples didn't just sleep through the cold. They turned it into part of their rhythm of life. And as that rhythm carried them from one sunrise to the next, it became something deeper than survival. It became peace with the world that tried to freeze them. That's the secret of sleeping warm on the frozen plains. Not conquering nature, but keeping time with it. What made a buffalo hide tipi smarter than it looked? All right, here's where things get interesting. You've probably seen tipis 100 times in old paintings or movies. Those tall cone-shaped tents, a little smoke drifting from the top, right? Easy to dismiss as primitive, but that's the part nobody realizes. The buffalo hide tipi was an engineering masterpiece. It just happened to look simple because it worked so perfectly. So, let's bust a myth right out of the gate. You might think these were just animal skin tents. Nope. They were early climate-controlled homes, portable, aerodynamic, and scientifically designed to handle the nastiest weather North America could throw at them. And that shape? It wasn't random. The cone worked like nature's own heating funnel. Wind didn't slam against it. It slid around. The slope forced snow to fall away instead of building up and collapsing the roof. Ever tried to stand behind a triangle-shaped rock in a windstorm? Same logic. The tipi was aerodynamic before planes were even an idea. Now, the real genius sat in the material buffalo hides. Think of it this way. Modern winter coats have to jobs, trap heat and breathe. That's exactly what the hides did. Buffalo leather, especially from the winter hunts, was dense, oily, and naturally waterproof. The outer layer deflected snow and moisture, the inner, with fur left on, trapped warm air like insulation. According to ethnographer Francis Densmore, hides used for winter tipis came from cows 3 to 5 years old, the sweet spot where the hide was thick but still flexible. Too young and it tore, too old and it cracked. Talk about precision selection. Here's what will blow your mind. A full-sized tipi might use 14 to 18 hides, all cut and stitched by hand with sinew thread that's buffalo tendon, which shrank as it dried, sealing seams so tight they were practically waterproof. Imagine doing all that without metal tools. And yeah, they did it faster than most of us can set up a camping tent from Ray. But the smarts didn't stop there. The hides weren't just stitched in random order. The thickest sections went low, where snow hit hardest. The lighter hides went up top for flexibility and smoke flow. It's the kind of detail modern architects obsess over. Load management, material balance, except here, it was done by people reading the weather from instinct. Let's talk about that smoke hole because it's the Tipis secret MVP. The flaps at the top acted like adjustable vents. Using the poles, someone inside could twist and angle them to catch or deflect wind, controlling the airflow. Too smoky? Open it wider. Wind picking up. Tilt the flap and let the breeze pull smoke out. It's like a natural exhaust fan without electricity, batteries, or that annoying hum your kitchen vent makes. And here's a detail that always gets overlooked: the height ratio. The average tipi was about 12 feet tall and 15 to 18 feet wide at the base. That ratio wasn't random. It created perfect air circulation. Hot air rose slowly, carrying smoke out. Cool air stayed at floor level, cycling gently. You didn't get the hot head, cold feet problem that modern heaters cause. Now, this next part, it's genius level stuff. The entire structure could be taken down, moved and rebuilt in under an hour. 15 poles, 20 hides, a few rawhide ropes and boom, a new home. You could drag the poles behind a horse or, earlier, a travois. Everything fit into a design that said, home isn't where you build, it's what you know how to rebuild. And if you're wondering why bother being portable at all, because they were following the buffalo. The seasons changed, herds moved, and people adapted. You didn't fight nature, you danced with it. Every time the snow melted or the grass turned brown, the lodges came down and moved toward better pastures, warmer riversides, or higher, dry ground. That's why their design had to be fast, flexible, and functional. But let's get visual for a second. Picture this: late afternoon, the sun dipping low. A family of 6 works in sync, women tightening height cords, men securing poles, kids collecting kindling. The structure rises like a living heartbeat in the cold air. Inside, the fire crackles, the hides breathe, and the wind outside doesn't stand a chance. And yet there's something poetic here. You see, that tipi wasn't just a shelter, it was a worldview. Its circular floor plan symbolized unity, no corners, no hierarchy. The door always faced east to greet the sunrise, the source of renewal. The smoke hole opened to the heavens, connecting fire, earth's warmth to sky spirit. Ever wondered why it all lined up so perfectly? Because every motion from lacing the doorway to adjusting the flaps carried both survival logic and spiritual meaning. Fire in the center, life on it. The same pattern that still exists in every modern home, kitchen or hearth in the middle. People gathered in warmth. History didn't just rhyme, it repeated with purpose. Of course, the Tipis design evolved. Pre-horse era, smaller and lighter. After horses arrived in the 1700s, boom poles got longer, lodges taller, heights heavier. Families could travel farther, carry more and build bigger. According to historian Ernest Wallace, post-horse tipis became architectural expressions of mobility. Translation: super-efficient mansions on the move. And here's a modern analogy for you. Think of the tipi as the original tiny home with smart ventilation, eco-friendly, movable and temperature balanced. Engineers today are still trying to replicate what those designs did naturally with zero carbon footprint. But here's the thing, even with all this brilliance, the tipi had one glaring problem: fire safety. Yeah. Imagine sleeping under dry hides while flames flicker to feet away from your bedding. One mistake, and your night's warmth turned into a torch. So, how'd they handle that? That's coming up, and trust me, the solution was way smarter than you'd expect. Because if you think just a perfect shape and clever flaps were enough to survive the plane's winter, hold on. The real trick wasn't just keeping the heat, it was keeping the fire alive all night long. And that, my friend, is where we head next. So, where were we? Right, the tipi wasn't just clever. It was genius disguised as simplicity. But if you thought we already covered everything that made that buffalo hide cone so smart, you haven't even heard the half of it. Let's peel back another layer. You remember how I mentioned the shape of the aerodynamic cone that lets the wind slip around instead of smashing straight into it? Turns out that design didn't just fight the wind, it used it. According to a 19th century field report by geographer John Wesley Powell, the way air flowed around a tipi actually created a low-pressure pocket on the leeward side. Basically, nature's vacuum cleaner. That pressure difference helped suck smoke up and out through the vent. No fans, no chimneys, just pure physics. And the hides themselves? Think of them as living technology. Each buffalo hide wasn't simply stretched raw. It was processed to react to moisture. When humidity dropped, the hide fibers tightened, sealing the seams. When rain or snow hit, the fiber swelled slightly, closing tiny gaps even tighter. Automatic weatherproofing courtesy of biology. Early trappers who spent nights in Lakota or Blackfoot lodges used to write, half amazed, half jealous, that the inside stayed as dry as any English cottage. That's not an exaggeration. The hides shed rain the same way a bison's own coat did, out a hair slicked water away. while the inner membrane blocked it completely. And here's the twist: the tippy walls breathed. Water vapor from cooking or people's breath escaped slowly through the pores, preventing condensation and frost build-up. If you've ever camped in a nylon tent in winter, you know the opposite. Everything gets damp and freezes solid. They solved the problem centuries ago with natural material science. Now, construction. The tippy poles weren't random sticks jammed into the ground. They followed a mathematical pattern so perfect that it's still used in architecture modeling software today. 15 to 18 poles, lashed at a precise angle, formed a spiral cone where every pole supported every other. Engineers would call it a distributed load. To the builders, it was a visible echo of how the world itself held together. And get this, the poles came from lodgepole pines carried hundreds of miles across the plains. Families who lived in treeless areas traded hides or horses for good poles, because a single set could last a lifetime. The poles had memory. They darkened with smoke, polished with handling, familiar as a friend's voice. Let us pause on that image for a second. A mother running her hand along the smooth wood before lifting it into place, feeling the grooves carved by years of setup and tear down. That's history written in touch. You might think all this was over-engineering for a tent, but every detail had a purpose. The smoke flaps, for instance, those to hide ears at the top, could act like sails. In strong wind, the poles that adjusted them were angled to create suction, drawing smoke out faster. In calm weather, they were opened symmetrically to ventilate evenly. The result: a constant supply of oxygen, steady flame, no carbon buildup. Early US soldiers tried copying the design in canvas, failed miserably. Why? Canvas traps moisture, hides manage it. Here's what will blow your mind. That conical design actually deflected lightning. Tall, yes, but never the highest thing on the plane. The slope redirected strikes down rather than into the ground inside. According to ethnographic accounts from 1860 to 1880, lightning damage to tipis was almost unheard of. Compare that to wooden cabins that went up like torches after one strike. And let's not forget the portability angle. Modern campers brag about ultralight gear. These families moved entire homes weighing hundreds of pounds and did it faster than most of us can pack a trunk. Every hide panel rolled perfectly, tied with rawhide thongs that doubled as lashing cords for the poles. Horses carried the load easily, sometimes dragging the travois frames that later became the very poles of the new lodge. You could say their moving truck was also their building kit. The setup process was basically choreography. 3 women could raise a lodge in under 30 minutes. First, they tied 3 base poles together and lifted them into a tripod. Then they laid the rest of the poles in clockwise order, always keeping the door pole for last, facing east toward sunrise. Finally, they wrapped the cover around, pegged it tight, and adjusted the smoke flaps. The design locked itself into place through tension, no nails, no ropes needed beyond a single top binding. Modern engineers have called it a self-bracing tension frame. And it didn't just stand up to the weather, it sang with it. When the wind moved across the hides, it created a soft drumming sound, almost like a heartbeat. Families said that rhythm helped lull children to sleep, reminding them that the world outside was alive but not hostile. Here's something you might not expect: interior lighting. During daylight, the hides diffused sunlight into a golden glow that eliminated shadows. That even light was perfect for sewing, crafting, or preparing food. At night, firelight painted slow patterns on the walls. Anthropologists later noted that this ambient lighting reduced anxiety. It's the same principle behind today's warm hue lamps for mental calm. See, they were doing wellness architecture before influencers made it trendy. And smell mattered, too. Every lodge carried its family's unique scent, a blend of smoke, herbs, and tanned hide. It wasn't just pleasant, it kept insects away. Burning sage, juniper, or sweetgrass released oils that repelled flies and mosquitoes. People today buy chemical repellents. They burned prayer bundles that smelled good and worked. Now let's zoom out. Imagine a village of 50 of these lodges clustered together in winter. The circular layout wasn't random either. Each tipi was positioned so its door faced inward to the communal fire ring. This created a windbreak effect. The lodges themselves shielded one another. It's basically a giant honeycomb of shared warmth. Researchers at the University of Calgary once modeled this pattern digitally and found that a camp arranged in a circle could raise the interior temperature of the ring by up to 10 F purely through wind deflection. So, even urban planning logic existed here centuries before urban planning. Alright, here's where it gets poetic. To the people who lived in them, the tipi wasn't an object, it was a relative. Its poles were ribs, its cover skin, its fire the heart. You didn't own it, you lived in a relationship with it. That mindset changed how it was treated, repaired constantly, cleaned weekly, and repainted seasonally. Designs painted on the hides weren't random decorations but living records, dreams, visions. Battles, thanks to the buffalo. Every mark told a story about protection and gratitude. One Blackfoot elder once said, "Our homes breathe with us. If they stop breathing, so do we." That wasn't a metaphor. They meant the literal air exchange that kept them alive. Now, fast forward to modern architecture. Designers of green buildings study biomimicry, copying nature's solutions to human problems. Guess what example keeps showing up in their journals? The plains tipi. Its conical shape maximizes heat retention with minimum material. Its dual walls mimic the fur layers of mammals. Its orientation uses the sun's path for passive solar heating. So, yeah, when someone says indigenous design was primitive, ask them why MIT architecture students are still sketching tipis in climate response courses. Of course, no technology's perfect. Tipis needed maintenance, and hides could shrink in sudden rain or stiffen in frost. Families kept awls and rawhide laces handy for emergency tightening. But that work became a routine part of the rhythm of life. Fixing your shelter wasn't an inconvenience, It was a ritual reminder that comfort requires care. Ever wondered why so many of these designs disappeared so fast? Because government policy literally outlawed mobility. When people were forced onto reservations, horses were restricted, buffalo were wiped out, and the portable home lost its purpose. But even then, many kept smaller tipis beside their wooden houses, not nostalgia, but practicality. Those cabins trapped smoke, tipis breed. And here's a thought, in an age obsessed with smart homes, maybe the smartest home ever built didn't need electricity. It used wind, sun, muscle, and memory. It produced zero waste, left zero trace, and kept its occupants alive through the coldest winters on Earth. If someone handed you blueprints for that today and said it was a new EcoPod, you'd probably think it came from Silicon Valley. Spoiler! It came from people who read the landscape like a textbook and understood that. Design is just a conversation with the world. So what made a buffalo hide tipi smarter than it looked? Everything. The angles, the airflow, the psychology, the spirit. It wasn't just a shelter, it was an ecosystem. And when the wind still howls across those plains today, you can almost imagine that sound weaving through invisible cones of air, the ghosts of tipis that once stood there, breathing, warm, alive. How did their fires stay hot all night long? Let's be real for a second. Fire wasn't optional on the Great Plains. It was life itself. No fire, no warmth, no survival. Simple math. But here is the thing. The way native families kept those tiny tipi fires burning steady through the night, it wasn't luck. It was a skill like running a miniature climate control system by instinct. You might think they just tossed in more logs before bed. Right? Wrong. There were no trees for miles on those prairies. Wood was rare. So, what did they burn? Buffalo poop. Yes, really. They called it buffalo chips, and despite the name, it was gold. When dried in the summer sun, those chips burned slowly, hot and almost smokeless. Imagine charcoal briquettes before charcoal even existed. According to early trader journals, a single sack of dried chips could keep a lodge warm all night. And honestly, it smelled less bad than you'd think. Okay, most nights. But here is where it gets wild. They didn't just toss those chips into a random pile. They built their fires strategically. The base had a layer of stones, some porous, some dense, placed in a circle around the center pit. Those stones heated up all day while people cooked, and at night they became thermal batteries. When bedtime came, the firekeeper, usually the eldest woman, rearranged the coals into what modern campers would call a banked fire. Picture a donut shape of coals, with the largest chunks on the outside and the smaller ones in the middle. She'd cover it lightly with ash and a few buffalo chips. The result? Slow burn. No smoke. Steady heat till dawn. According to ethnographer Francis Densmore, experienced firekeepers could tell exactly how long the fire would last just by the color of the embers. Too bright meant too fast. Too dull meant no morning warmth. They had that sixth sense of survival, a lifetime of tiny adjustments learned by touch and glow. And of course, they had backup plans. On the coldest nights, they used heated stones for what we'd now call personal space heaters. The smooth ones came from riverbed sandstone, granite, and sometimes quartzite because those held heat without exploding. A bad stone popping at 3 a.m., that's nightmare fuel. Once they were hot, stones got wrapped in soft hide and tucked near sleeping spots. Babies, elders, and even dogs got their share. It's honestly kind of wholesome, a prehistoric electric blanket powered by nature. But the real magic wasn't the fire itself, it was how they managed the air. The Tipis' cone shape created a natural convection loop. Warm air rose, hit the inner lining, and cycled back down. The fire didn't just heat, it breathed. If smoke built up, a quick pull on the vent poles at the top changed everything. Wind from the plains acted like a suction fan, pulling the smoke up and out while dragging in fresh air from below. That's physics. Real-world thermodynamics centuries before anyone called it that. And here's what most people forget. Humidity mattered too. A dry lodge meant static, crackling hides, coughing kids, and bad sleep. So they'd hang water-filled buffalo bladders or clay pots near the fire, slow-releasing steam overnight. Instant humidifier, zero electricity. Ever wondered how much heat they could actually hold? Modern field tests, yeah. People rebuilt tipis and measured this. Found that the inside stayed 20 to 30 F warmer than the air outside. With just a small fire. Add 8 people breathing, a couple of heated stones. And suddenly you're pushing 60 inside while it's minus 20 out. That's not just survival, that's comfort. But here's the part that blows modern campers' minds. They rarely let the fire die completely. Even when everyone was asleep, someone often rotating through the family woke once or twice to check it. A little chip here, a stir there, just enough to keep the coals glowing. You can imagine that rhythm. One person shifting in the dark, embers pulsing like a heartbeat, the faint scent of sage and smoke filling the air. And yeah, sometimes nature didn't cooperate. Blizzards could smother smoke holes, cutting airflow. In those cases, they'd half bury the tipi in snow on purpose. It sounds crazy, but that snow acted as insulation, a frozen blanket around the walls that sealed out wind. Inside stayed toasty, outside howled like an angry god. Now, here's something few people realize. The fire wasn't just for heat. It was the clock. The hearth, the signal of life. When travelers crossed the plains at night, they could tell a village's size by counting the flickers on the horizon. Each tiny light, a family heartbeat in the endless dark. Imagine standing out there, cold air burning your lungs, looking across miles of snow and seeing 50, maybe 100 warm orange glows. That's civilization right there, built one ember at a time. Of course, fire could also mean danger. One sparked a high and a high could catch fast. So everyone learned fire manners early. Never throw chips straight into flame, never hang clothes too close, never sleep without checking your robe edges. Even kids were mini fire engineers watching, learning, and adjusting. And here's the kicker. That same control and respect for fire kept those communities alive for centuries. They didn't conquer the elements, they cooperated with them. The fire wasn't a tool, it was a partner. But what if I told you there was something beneath that fire, literally, that made their heating system even more efficient? Archaeologists have been finding strange patterns of stones and pits under old Tipis sites for years, and what they discovered might change how we think about prehistoric technology altogether, because apparently these people weren't just masters of warmth. They may have built the world's first radiant floor, heating. And that's not even the weirdest part, because next we're going underground. Let's pick up where we left off, the fire low, the wind howling. The night heavy enough to press against the hides of the tipi. The warmth inside flickered like a heartbeat. Everyone depended on it, and yet somehow that little circle of flame lasted till morning. You'd think it was magic, but it wasn't. It was mastery, the kind that comes from generations who learned to speak the language of fire. See, fire on the plains wasn't just heat, it was personality. It hissed when fed to fast, sulked when choked with ash, danced when the air was right. The people who lived with it every night learned to read its moods the way you and I read text messages. When the air turned dry, the flames burned thin and blue, time to damp them with ash. When the humidity rose, the fire crackled louder. The fuel was wetter, so you banked it differently. No thermometer, no fancy gauge. Just eyes, ears, instinct. And what kept it going through nights that would freeze steel? A perfect combination of materials. Ritual and rhythm start with the fuel. Buffalo chips with the bread and butter, slow burning. Clean, light. But smart firekeepers never relied on one thing. They mixed fuels the same way modern campers mix hardwood and softwood. At the bottom went aged chips for a long, steady base. Above that, thin dry twigs, often willow or cottonwood bark, are scavenged from riverbanks. Finally, a topping of fresh buffalo dung still damp enough to smolder instead of blaze. The mix created 3 burning speeds stacked together, fast, slow, and steady. The result? Consistent warmth for 8 hours. Next came placement. The hearth wasn't just a hole in the ground. It was built geometrically. Rocks ringed the pit, each chosen for thermal properties. Porous. Sandstone heated quickly but cooled fast, perfect for cooking. Dense granite and basalt took longer to heat but radiated warmth for hours. Ideal for the midnight burn. Those stones were cleaned, rotated, and even named. The grandmother stones sat closest to the coals because they held memory. When evening came, the firekeeper arranged the coals into a slow-burning pattern, large embers on the outer edge, small glowing ones in the center. Over that, she spread ash not to smother, but to insulate. That thin grey blanket reduced oxygen flow and trapped heat. If you've ever seen someone bank a campfire under soil to save coals till morning, you've seen the same principle. And yes, There was a technique to reigniting. Come dawn, you didn't strike sparks like a movie cowboy. You stirred the ashes gently, letting air creep back in, feeding life back into those hidden red hearts. Within seconds, flame. Effortless because the work had already been done the night before. But there was more going on than just good mechanics. Each Tipis fire had its own personality, and families treated it like part of the household. The fire was fed, spoken to, and even thanked. Don't laugh at the fire, the elders said. It listens. You can call that superstition. But think about it. If you rely on something for survival, respect becomes practical. Disrespect makes you careless. Carelessness gets you killed. Now here's something most people miss. The positioning of the fire inside the lodge wasn't centered by accident. It sat slightly forward from the midpoint between the sleeping area and the entrance. That offset created a convection loop. Cool air slid in through the doorway, past the fire, heated, and rose behind the occupants. Result: even distribution of warmth with zero smoke stagnation. Architects would later rediscover this principle and call it passive convection drafting. Native engineers were doing it before there was even a word for it. Let's talk about color because they used that too. Wood ash glows dull orange. Buffalo chip ash glows deep red. I practiced I could tell fuel quality by shade. Red meant good oxygen flow. Yellow meant overheating. They even used smell as a gauge. A sweet, grassy aroma signaled a slow, clean burn. A sharp tang meant incomplete combustion time to open a vent. Firekeeping wasn't luck, it was chemistry taught by scent. And then there were the stones. Some were small enough to wrap in hide and tuck near sleeping infants or elders. Others sat under the bedding mats, slowly releasing their stored energy. During the harshest winters, families heated stones in shifts, half by the evening fire, half buried in the coals to swap in at midnight. One early missionary wrote, "They handle the stones as we handle clocks, winding them with heat." That line might have been meant to mock, but read today, it's ought now. Every family had its own fire, songs. These weren't mystical chants, they were mnemonics, rhythmic patterns that helped keep timing while tending the flame. Each verse corresponded to a task, stirring, adding, adjusting, and praying. By singing, the firekeeper kept her pace and her focus. The song became both a timer and a meditation, kind of like humming while you make coffee, except your coffee decides if you live till morning. Let's throw in a modern comparison. When you're camping with friends and one person always seems to have the knack. Their fire never smokes, never dies, never flares. That's a micro version of this same tradition. The difference? They had entire lifetimes of trial and success encoded into muscle memory. And while men hunted and fought, women were the engineers of heat. That was their domain. According to anthropologist Alice Fletcher, a well-managed winter lodge was a mark of status. Not jewelry, not horses, but warmth. If your tipi stayed smoke-free and your fire burned evenly, Neighbors noticed. A good firekeeper could marry well on skill alone, but survival wasn't always smooth. When the wind shifted suddenly, smoke could backdraft down through the vent and fill the space. To fix it, the vent poles had to be adjusted instantly, one pulled, one pushed. A dance that required communication. Wind from the north, someone might whisper, "Close the left ear, open the right." Seconds later, the smoke cleared. That kind of precision made storms survivable. Even blizzards couldn't suffocate the flame completely. Families built snow barriers around the lodge base, packed tight to stop draft infiltration, then reopened them once the wind eased. The snow froze solid, turning into a reflective shell. Thermal imaging tests of replica Tipis have shown that snow-sealed walls reduce heat loss by nearly 40%. Modern tents collapse or tear under heavy snow, but a snow layer actually made a tipi warmer. Nature tried to freeze them, they turned nature into insulation. And through all of this, the fire kept glowing. It wasn't blazing, it wasn't dramatic, it just endured. 2021 Texas freeze versus tipi fire stability. That's the beauty of it. While modern life is obsessed with instant warmth, furnaces roaring, heaters blasting, they practiced low heat. Modern houses blast heat fast, lose it fast. Gentle, constant, patient. At dawn, when everyone stirred, the firekeeper would scatter fresh sage or cedar onto the embers. The scent rose with the first smoke, purification for a new day. Children woke coughing softly, rubbing eyes, crawling toward the warmth. Outside, frost glittered on the hides, but inside, the red glow painted everything gold. And that moment, the first morning heat was more than physical relief. It was gratitude. The fire had survived another night. Modern heaters fail during blackouts, tipis don't, which meant they had survived another night. That's why, before any food or talk, someone always whispered a line of thanks for the fire that keeps us. It's easy to overlook now, but that line holds a worldview. Survival wasn't domination over the elements, it was partnership. Fire was family. Today, we flick switches without thought. Back then, every coal was a heartbeat. They didn't just keep the fire going all night. They kept life itself balanced on the edge of ember and ash, and did it so naturally that it looked effortless. So, the next time you see a little campfire flickering in the dark, remember it's not just a flame, it's a language. And the people who slept warm beneath those hides spoke it fluently, because that was their secret, not just how to make fire, but how to live with it. Did they really have a secret heating system? All right, hold on, because this next part honestly sounds like something straight out of a Discovery Channel mystery. Archaeologists kept finding weird stone layouts buried beneath old tipi sites. Perfect circles, channels, and fire-blackened earth. And when they tried to explain it, nobody could agree. Some said they were just old fire pits. Others swore they were ceremonial. But then one researcher asked the question that flipped everything. What if this were a heating system? Yeah, you heard that right. A prehistoric radiant floor. Mid-radiant heating tests show modern designs struggle. And the more they looked, the more it made sense. According to field notes from Dr. James Willard Schultz in the 1920s, several winter campsites showed evidence of stone-lined trenches running outward from the main fire pit. The pattern wasn't random. It looked engineered. These narrow channels connected to small subpits filled with smooth river rocks, the kind that hold heat for hours. Now, picture this. You've got a small fire burning in the center of your tipi. The heat radiates downward through these stone tunnels, warming the earth beneath your bedding. You wake up on what feels like a heated floor. No smoke, no draft, no frozen feet. Just steady, gentle warmth all night long. Sound too advanced? Here's the crazy part. It works. Modern experimental archaeologists tried it. They built a replica tipi, added underground stone pockets linked to the fire pit, and measured the temps. The result, even after the fire went out, the floor stayed around 50 F for 6 hours. Modern floors lose heat in minutes, not hours. That's ancient geothermal comfort right there. So, yeah, they might not have had thermostats, but they understood heat better than most people with space heaters today. But here's what's wild. This wasn't just random luck or tribal trickery. It came from deep, practical science mixed with spiritual respect for the land. The Plains tribes didn't just use nature, they studied it. They noticed how sand near a dead campfire stayed warm till morning. They noticed how the wind shaped the smoke flow and how the rock type changed heat retention. They weren't building by chance, they were building by observation. Ever sat by a campfire and realized how one side of your body's boiling while the other's freezing? They solved that. Those underground stones balanced out the temperature, radiating warmth evenly from below. It's literally the same principle used in modern radiant heating floors, except there's run-on physics and buffalo chips instead of gas or electricity. And let's not forget the inner lining trick of the ozone. That's the second wall that hung inside the tipi, forming a tiny air pocket between hides. Cold air entered low, warmed as it rose behind the lining, and carried smoke out through the top vent. This is the same principle engineers use in passive airflow homes, except that tipis achieved it without any machinery. Boom circulation. They built passive air conditioning centuries before HVAC existed. According to ethnographer Alice Fletcher, Lakota women adjusted those linings daily, raising or lowering them depending on the weather and wind direction. She called them the engineers of domestic survival. Translation: women were running the entire heating department while men were out hunting. Now, archaeologists think some of those underground stone layouts were seasonally used only during deep winter. When temperatures dropped to low, families added a secondary floor layer of hides and mats, trapping that heat bubble right where it mattered, under the sleepers. So, no matter how brutal the storm got, inside stayed steady, silent and safe. And here's something poetic. They called those stones the grandmother stones because they held warmth even after the fire died, just like the older women of the lodge. Steady and enduring. That's not just science, that's soul woven into engineering. But not everyone believed it at first. Early European settlers who saw tipis in winter wrote them off as primitive shelters. Meanwhile, many of those same settlers froze to death inside log cabins with iron stoves that overheated one side of the room and left the other like an ice box. Imagine trying to explain to a fur trader in 1845 that the people he called savages had a better grasp of thermal dynamics than his architect back home. The truth is, native designs weren't primitive, they were optimized. Every hide, pole, and stone worked as part of a system. Wind, heat, smoke, and light are all in balance. They didn't waste anything, not even knowledge. Ever wonder why so much of this went undocumented? Because these systems weren't taught, they were lived. The know-how was passed from grandmother to granddaughter through repetition, not textbooks. By the time outsiders started writing about them, most of the people who knew how to build them were already gone, forced into reservation housing that didn't need those skills anymore. But here's the kicker, those reservation houses, they were freezing. Leaky roofs, poor airflow, zero insulation. The government literally replaced a self-sustaining, perfectly adapted home system with one that required imported coal and wood. Progress, right? According to a 1912 Bureau of Indian Affairs report, many families kept rebuilding small tipis inside those wooden cabins just to survive winter nights. Picture a tipi within a house, because the modern structure couldn't compete with something designed hundreds of years before. Now this part gives me chills. No pun intended. Some archaeologists think there's still more we haven't found. Beneath old campgrounds along the Missouri and Yellowstone rivers, ground-penetrating radar shows shapes that don't match cooking pits or trash dumps. They're symmetrical, evenly spaced, and always near fire centers. The pattern suggests deliberate design, heat storage, or airflow systems buried under centuries of soil. So, yeah, secret heating system, not just a myth. It's ancient science hiding in plain sight. But that's not where the warmth story ends, because surviving those nights wasn't just about fire or hides, it was about people. Families didn't just live together, they literally kept each other alive. Body heat, shared robes, trust, rhythm. And if you think that part sounds sentimental, it wasn't. It was a strategy. And it worked. Because the next question is, when the fire died, when the wind howled, and when even the stones lost their glow, how did families keep each other warm enough to make it till dawn? Well, that answer lies in the quietest part of the night when everything depended on closeness. And that's where we're headed next. Let's pick up where we left off with that mind-blowing idea. The possibility that centuries ago, people living in buffalo skin lodges may have engineered the earliest version of radiant heating. Sounds too good to be true, right? But the deeper researchers dug, the more the evidence piled up. Picture this. It's summer 1923. Archaeologists kneel in the tall grass of Montana, brushing away soil from an old winter camp. The wind carries the smell of sage and dust. Beneath their hands, small circles of smooth stones appear, arranged too neatly to be natural. They form rings, lines, and little tunnels that lead nowhere visible. One of the field assistants, a woman named Sarah Winnemucca, a Paiute descendant helping as translator, looks at the pattern and says those stones slept warm. The archaeologists laugh politely, not realizing she just summarized an entire technology. It took modern science another century to catch up. See, what early diggers missed was that not all heating leaves obvious traces. Wood rots, heights vanish, but stones they remember. Some of those buried rocks still showed microfractures from repeated heating and cooling. Chemical analysis even found faint residues of animal fat, used to coat the stones and keep them from cracking. That's not random fire debris. That's maintaining a heat system that ran for seasons. Let's break down how it probably worked. The Tipis main fire sat in a shallow pit lined with stones. A few inches below that, narrow side channels branched outward, maybe a foot deep, leading to buried clusters of rocks. When the central fire burned hot, convection pulled heated air through those channels, warming the buried stones. Once the fire was banked at night, those rocks radiated warmth upward through the floor. That's radiant heat. No pipes, no fuel lines, just physics and patience. Experimental teams in Wyoming rebuilt one of these thermal lodges in the early 2000s. The results? After heating the main fire for 3 hours, the soil temperature beneath the bedding stayed between 45 to 55 F for almost 10 hours after the flames went out. Outside temperature that night, 15 F. Inside, even without a flame, people could sleep comfortably under buffalo robes. That's not a myth, that's data. Now, how did this knowledge come about in the first place? Simple observation. When you live your entire life outdoors, you start noticing patterns, like how a patch of ground near a long cold fire still feels warm at dawn, or how some stones crack in frost while others don't. Add generations of testing, and what you get is engineering born from curiosity. The Lakota even had a phrase for it. The earth's breath stays under you. They weren't being poetic. They literally meant the ground holds the fire's warmth. Here's the best part. They didn't guard. These tricks like secret patents. Knowledge was communal. One family discovered a smarter fire layout. Neighbors copied it. Over time, what began as an experiment became tradition. Of course, not every tipi had the underground setup. It required the right soil, the right site. Clay held heat best, sand didn't. So only winter camps, built in river valleys or near clay beds, used it. That means this hidden system wasn't universal. It was regional innovation. shared among bands who understood the terrain. Archaeologist Dr. Thomas Kehoe once called it a geothermal culture in miniature. Translation: they hacked the earth. Let's zoom out for a second. Modern radiant floors work by circulating hot water or electric wires under concrete. The goal is even heat distribution, no cold spots, no drafts. The plane's design achieved the same result with stones, airflow, and geometry. No noise, no energy waste, just balance. You might be thinking, okay, but how did they keep from suffocating if heat came from below? Great question. The airflow wasn't sealed, it was dynamic. Those side vents doubled as air inlets when the main fire was low. As warm air rose from the floor, cooler air from beneath got pulled into the central pit, feeding the coals. It was a self-regulating cycle. Essentially, a thermal lung is built right into the dirt. And remember, above that cistern sat the Tipis, double-layer hides, already working as a convection machine. So, top-down airflow met bottom-up heat. That's synergy centuries before engineers used the word. The more we study it, the clearer it becomes. This wasn't accidental. It was designed. A design that understood energy conservation in ways modern society often ignores. They didn't waste fuel. They didn't overheat. They used exactly what was needed, nothing more. But here's the haunting part. We almost lost all record of it. When government housing replaced tipis on reservations in the late 1800s, nobody documented the construction rituals. The old fire pits were bulldozed, the knowledge dismissed as primitive. By the time anthropologists came looking for answers, most elders who understood the full system were gone. What we have now are fragments, a few stories, a few stones, and a lot of clues still. Those fragments tell us something powerful. That comfort doesn't always mean control. Sometimes it means cooperation. They didn't try to conquer the cold. They learned to invite warmth to stay. Think about that for a second. We build barriers. They build relationships. We force heat into spaces with machines. They encourage it to flow naturally through air and stone. And that difference, philosophical, not technological, might be the reason their homes stayed efficient while ours guzzle power. According to a 2019 energy efficiency study comparing traditional shelters, the tipi design ranks among the top 3 most heat-retentive portable structures in human history. The others, the Mongolian Jur and the Arctic igloo, 3 separate continents, 3 separate cultures. 1. Shared truth. Humans who respect nature end up designing with it, not against it. So, yeah, when you hear secret heating system, it wasn't mystical, it was mechanical empathy. They looked at the land and thought, how do we make it breathe with us? That's the kind of innovation Silicon Valley would slap $1 billion patent on today. But maybe that's the irony. What they built with mud and stone and buffalo hide, we now rebuild with plastic, steel, and software, trying to get back to what they already had. As night settled on those winter camps, the warmth that rose from the ground wasn't just heat. It was history, a memory of the fire stored in the bones of the earth, given back to the people who treated it kindly. So, yeah, they had a heating system, but it wasn't secret. It was sacred. And that, my friend, is a design worth remembering. How did families share warmth through winter storms? Picture this. The wind outside screams like a living thing. Snow drifts high enough to swallow a horse. The fire's down to red embers, and the smoke hole above has been closed tight with a flap of hide because the gusts would rip it wide open. The whole tipi creaks in rhythm with the wind, the poles flexing but holding Dot inside. 8 people, 1 fire, 1 chance to make it till morning. This wasn't a one-person survival challenge. It was a team sport, because in a plains winter, no one survived alone. Now, here's the thing most people don't realize. Warmth in those tipis wasn't just about the fire. It was about the people. Literally. The way they slept, sat, ate, and even breathed, it all played into a shared heating system that turned human closeness into insulation. At the center, always, was the fire, the heart of the lodge. Directly behind it sat the elders, the warmest and most protected spot, reserved for the ones whose wisdom guided the camp. To their right, the grandparents or older women, keepers of the hearth. To the left, parents and children. Near the entrance, the younger ones, the runners, the helpers, the ones who could wake fast if danger came. Every person had a place, not just for respect, but for efficiency. According to early records from Lakota and Blackfoot winter camps, the seating order created a heat flow pattern. The people nearest the entrance blocked the cold air sneaking through the door flap. Their bodies warmed it before it drifted deeper into the lodge. By the time the air reached the fire, it had already picked up enough heat to rise and circulate. It's like a living insulation ring around human bodies as part of the climate control. Yeah, it sounds poetic, but it's physics. And here's where it gets even more fascinating. They didn't sleep randomly either. Each family member had a buffalo hide, fur side in, but those hides overlapped, forming one giant communal cocoon. Kids slept between adults, babies nestled between mothers and grandmothers. The tiniest ones were sometimes wrapped in extra hides warmed with heated stones. They called this the circle of warmth. Imagine that feeling, everyone shoulder to shoulder, the fire's glow flickering across their faces. The soft breathing rhythm matching the wind outside. You could literally feel the temperature difference if someone shifted too far from the group. And yet, it wasn't just comfort. It was survival math. Because when the temperature hit 40 below, every degree counted. A body's warmth could mean the difference between frostbite and safety. So, sharing heat wasn't kindness, it was duty. But that's the beautiful part. It created a community that went beyond family ties. If a nearby tipi burned down or collapsed under snow, the survivors weren't left outside. They joined another family's lodge with no hesitation. More bodies, more heat, more life. Everyone shared what warmth they had. According to accounts collected by anthropologist Francis Densmore, Winter nights often ended with stories not just for fun, but for endurance. Elders would tell tales to keep minds alert while the fire burned low. Laughter, voices, and even quiet humming helped keep spirits and body heat up. You might think that's just cozy bedtime stuff, but it's Psychology 101. When people talk, breathe, and move together, they generate warmth. Literally. And during the worst storms, when snow sealed the entrance and no one could leave for days, that unity became everything. They'd cook one shared pot of stew, mostly dried meat, berries, and melted snow, letting the steam humidify the air. Every meal served double duty: heat for the body, moisture for the lungs, and morale for the mind. Now, imagine you're one of those kids, maybe 10 years old. Outside, it's pitch black. The tippy walls shudder from the wind. The fire's low, and your grandmother's voice hums through the dark, telling an old story about the first fire given by the buffalo spirit. She stirs the coals with a stick, pushes a chip closer, and suddenly the air brightens, the warmth deepens, and that thin line between freezing and living tilts back toward life. That's how fragile survival was, one ember at a time. But what's incredible is how they turned these brutal nights into classrooms. Children didn't just listen to stories, they learned survival from them. Each tale carried instructions hidden in myth. How to build a fire without smoke. How to tell a storm's strength by the sound of the poles. How to find dry fuel under snow. Knowledge passed through story, warmth carried through words. Ever wondered why they remembered so much without writing anything down? Because every story was lived, felt through the body, not just the mind. You don't forget lessons that save your skin at 40 below. Now here's something modern life misses in those lodges. Privacy didn't exist, but loneliness didn't either. Everyone could feel everyone else's breath, movement, heartbeat. That closeness wasn't crowded. It was comforting. We build walls and thermostats. They built a connection. And maybe that's why they didn't just survive winters, they thrived through them. Still, even with all that warmth and togetherness, there were times the storms hit so hard that nothing, not even the fire, could fight the cold. So they adapted again. They used the snow itself. Yeah, that's right. When the winds became unbearable, they half buried their tipis in snow bunks. It sealed the lower edges like foam insulation, cutting drafts completely. Inside, the temperature could jump 20 degrees. In modern tents, temperature jumps like this usually require heavy gear or heaters. The tipi achieved it with design alone. The irony? The same element trying to kill them became their best ally. That's what survival looked like on the plains. No panic, no fight or flight, just deep, calm cooperation with nature. They didn't resist the storm, they reshaped it to their advantage. And that philosophy, the quiet balance between human warmth and nature's cold, is exactly why their shelters work better than most modern ones even now. But if you think the story ends with warmth and survival, hold on, because there's one last lesson hiding under all that snow and smoke. It's about what their ancient wisdom can still teach us today. And spoiler alert, it's not just about heating. It's about how we live, build and connect. When we left off, the storm outside the tipi was still raging, wind howling, heights snapping, snow climbing higher up the walls. Inside, that circle of people and fire held out against the blizzard like a heartbeat against silence. But what happened when the storm didn't stop? Because sometimes it didn't, not for hours, not for days. Records from 19th century traders along the Yellowstone mention blizzards that lasted 5 straight days. Horses froze standing up. Hunters disappeared 10 feet from camp. In those moments, warmth wasn't a comfort, it was the only rule of survival. So how did families actually do it? They turned the entire tipi into a machine for sharing heat. Picture the scene: snow piled waist high against the outer walls, sealing the bottom edge tight. That snow wasn't an enemy, it was insulation. Inside, the air stayed trapped like in a thermos. The fire glowed dull orange, not blazing, just steady. People huddled close, not randomly, but in a pattern that experience had perfected. The elders lay closest to the fire because they needed steady heat for their lungs and joints. Parents took the flanks, kids and infants pressed between them. Young men slept by the entrance, both as a cold barrier and as first responders if anything happened. The dogs curled along the edges, living in fur blankets. Every movement had logic. If someone turned over, the entire sleeping circle shifted slightly, resealing the air pocket. No words needed. Everyone knew the dance. According to ethnographer Alice Fletcher, winter families described it as breathing together. The lodge inhaled warm air when the fire rose, exhaled slowly when the flames fell. Even their posture matched the rhythm, sitting upright when tending the fire, curling low when resting, like lungs filling and emptying. And here's what's wild. Body heat accounted for nearly a third of total warmth inside. 8 people produce roughly 800 watts just by existing. Add a small flame and radiant stones, and you've got a living furnace that could outlast almost any weather. But storms test more than engineering. They test nerves. Imagine 3 days sealed inside a 12-foot wide space with 8 people, a smoking fire and endless wind. Cabin fever, right? Except they'd already invented the cure: storytelling. Elders turned those nights into classrooms. One day, you're a kid fidgeting in your buffalo robe. The next, you're learning the moral backbone of your culture through stories told over crackling coals. They didn't just pass time, they passed identity. And if you're picturing polite bedtime tales, think again. Some stories were terrifying, tricksters who froze to death for greed, spirits that punished waste. Heroes who learned patience through storms. Those weren't ghost stories. They were user manuals for staying human when nature pressed its cold hand against the wall. Sometimes the laughter itself was survival. A Blackfoot elder once told an anthropologist, "Laughter keeps the frost out of the mouth." It wasn't a joke, it was neuroscience. Humor lowers stress, slows breathing, and keeps circulation steady. Cold weather studies show that stress can drop core temperature fast, meaning laughter was a real survival tool, not just comfort. So, when people joked about burning ghost chips or teased the snorer in the corner, they were literally warming themselves with joy. Now, cooking through a storm was another art. They used a tripod to hang a parfleche pot made from rawhide or stomach lining over the fire. Inside, shredded dried meat, marrow fat, and Barry's pemmican stew. It simmered for hours, thickening the air with steam. That vapor moisturized the lungs and kept hides supple. In one move, they fed body, air, and spirit. And when fuel ran low, they rationed flame like clockwork. Today's campers burn through firewood rapidly. This slow fire technique was more efficient than most modern camp methods. A few chips at dawn, a handful midday, one careful build at sunset. They even saved smoke by closing the vent just enough so it curled along the hides before leaving. That thin film of soot sealed pores and made the walls more windproof. Nature's Scotch guard, courtesy of necessity. By day 3, the snow on the outside froze into solid armor. Modern survival schools now teach the same trick snowbanking because it increases insulation by nearly 40%. Inside, frost crystals grew in lace patterns near the roof where breath met cold air. Kids traced them with sticks like drawings on glass. Those small, quiet gestures played. Wonder kept fear away. When storms finally broke, the first thing people did wasn't rush outside. They listened. You can tell how bad it's been by the silence that follows. If the snow crackled underfoot, it was safe. If it whispered, another wave was coming. And when it was safe, they dug out carefully a spiral path from the door outward, using horns or wooden shovels, saving snow from melting. Nothing wasted. Even the blizzard became a resource. Here's the emotional part modern documentaries never show. Those shared nights forged bonds deeper than blood. A person who spent a storm in your lodge was family from then on. They literally breathed the same air, shared the same warmth. Next time food ran short or help was needed, that memory mattered. That's how whole nations survive, not through individual toughness, but through networks of shared storms. In a modern world obsessed with self-reliance, that lesson hits different. True resilience isn't about independence, it's about interdependence. No one can outlast nature alone, but together, adjusting, sharing, and listening, humans become unstoppable. And the proof was right there in those tipis. Every pole and hide built on cooperation. You can't raise a large without a partner holding the other end of the pole. You can't keep the fire alive without someone stirring the ash while you sleep. You can't stay warm unless you're willing to share heat. The storm wasn't just a threat, it was a test. Of architecture, yes, but also of compassion. When European settlers later built log cabins, many froze despite thicker walls because they built for isolation. The tipis thrived because they were built for community. So, the next time someone romanticizes rugged individualism, remember the people who survived 40 below winters by leaning on each other literally. They proved that warmth is both a science and a social contract. That's the truth at the heart of every storm story told on the plains. By the time the snow melted and sunlight hit those hide walls again, the people stepped out not weaker but stronger, bound tighter by shared survival, ready to rebuild. Ray hunt, Ray laugh, and as one old saying went, the storm only takes what refuses to bend. They didn't break. They bent, breathed, and kept the fire alive together. That's how families shared warmth and why, centuries later, their lessons still outlast the wind. What can their old wisdom teach our modern world? Let's be honest, we live in an age where staying warm is a button. You tap your phone, twist a thermostat, and your whole house heats up while you scroll TikTok in bed. But here's what hits different when you study how Native Americans slept warm in tipis. They didn't have heat. They made it with their hands, their families, their patience, and their understanding of nature. And in a weird way, that might have made them more advanced than us. See, today we burn through resources like comfort's a birthright. They, on the other hand, learned how to work with the world, not against it. The tipi wasn't a primitive shelter. It was a living lesson in sustainable design centuries before that became a buzzword on some. Eco-blog. According to environmental historian Henry Glassy, the Plains tipi is one of the most efficient portable homes ever built, adaptable, breathable, and zero waste. Think about that. Every piece from the poles to the hide ropes came from nature, went back to nature, and still outperformed most of our camping tech today. And the more you break it down, the more you realize they were doing circular design before architecture had a word for it. One tipi served as living room, kitchen, bedroom, and weatherproof fortress, all powered by a single palm-sized flame and a community of people who actually knew what enough felt like. Doesn't that make you stop and think for a second? We've built bigger houses but smaller communities. We've got central heating but colder hearts. They had warmth that came not just from fire but from each other. Here's where it gets even more fascinating. Those same principles of thermal design are creeping back into modern architecture. Engineers have studied tipi ventilation to improve passive airflow in energy-efficient homes. Architects in Canada and Scandinavia now model eco huts on that same double-walled draft system. Even modern camping gear borrows the tipi's conical airflow pattern because it just works. It's like we went full circle, forgot how to survive, built machines to compensate, then realized nature had already solved the problem. And you know what the wildest part is? Those designs weren't based on math or software. They came from watching the wind, from touching the earth, from listening to something we're pretty bad at in the age of notifications and noise. But let's zoom out for a second. Beyond the physics, beyond the hides and stones, the real lesson here is about perspective. The people who lived in those tipis didn't see comfort as a commodity. They saw it as a relationship. You respected the fire because it could save you or destroy you. You respected the buffalo because its hide and breath became your shelter. You respected the snow because it could kill you or keep your lodge warm. They didn't separate technology from spirituality. They understood both were part of the same circle. And doesn't that feel like something we're missing today? We have infinite information, but no connection. Infinite power, but no patience. We build walls that keep heat in, but also people out. Meanwhile, those families on the Great Plains sat shoulder to shoulder, telling stories as the wind screamed outside, their small world glowing with firelight and laughter. They didn't fear the storm, they accepted it, and somehow that acceptance became mastery. Here's a modern comparison. You can heat your entire house to 75 F and still feel lonely. They slept in 60 F warmth surrounded by kin and probably felt more secure than most of us ever do. It wasn't just about staying alive, it was about feeling alive. And here's the kicker, the tipi was never meant to conquer the cold. It was built to coexist with it, to breathe, shift and flex just enough to let nature move through, not fight it. That philosophy, balance, not dominance, might be the single greatest survival lesson we've lost. So, the next time your heater clicks on, think about this. Someone 200 years ago was doing the same job as that machine, banking coals, adjusting vents, whispering a prayer of thanks to the fire. They didn't have electricity, but they had equilibrium. If someone told you the smartest home on earth was made from sticks and hides, would you believe them? Because that's exactly what it was. Native Americans didn't just endure winter, they engineered their way through it with brains, humility and unity. And in doing so, they built something that outlasted the storm. Maybe that's the lesson. We keep searching for comfort in devices. They found it in understanding. They stayed warm not because of what they owned, but because of what they knew. And honestly, that's the kind of warmth we could all use a little more of. So tonight, as you sit in your own warm room, remember somewhere out there, buried under centuries of prairie grass and frost, lie the stones that once glowed red in the dark. Proof that knowledge, patience and community were and still are humanity's greatest insulation. And that warmth, it's still waiting to be remembered. So here we are, centuries later, surrounded by walls that hum with electric heat, thermostats that glow, and apps that adjust the temperature before we even step through the door. Comfortable? Sure. But maybe too comfortable, because somewhere between the hum of central heating and the glare of LED lights, we lost the relationship our ancestors had with warmth. Let's start with something simple: attention. Native families on the Great Plains didn't just live with their environment, they listened to it. They felt temperature as communication, not inconvenience. The whisper of cold wind meant check the flaps. The creak of hide meant the frost is rising. Today, we hear the click of the furnace and think that's interaction. According to environmental psychologist Rachel Howell, modern comfort isolates people from natural feedback. Translation: the more tech we build, the less we notice life happening around us. And that's dangerous because disconnection breeds fragility. The tipi, on the other hand, taught awareness. You couldn't ignore the wind. It was literally part of your home's design. Every night's warmth depended on someone's hands, someone's timing, someone's care. It wasn't automation, it was cooperation. And maybe that's the first lesson. Comfort isn't passive, it's participatory. It's not something you buy, it's something you tend. Now let's talk sustainability. Modern housing burns through energy like we've got a spare planet in the garage. The average American home loses up to 30% of its heat through poor design straight out the windows, through the attic or into the ground. Meanwhile, a tipi used natural airflows, renewable materials, and left zero waste. Every component had a second life. Hides turned to robes, poles became travois frames, and ashes fertilized the soil. Architects call this cradle-to-cradle design. Plains builders called it life. And think about mobility. They built homes that could be packed up, moved and rebuilt in hours. We build houses that tie us down for 30-year mortgages. One culture trusts adaptability, the other fears it. It's almost ironic that the people labeled nomadic were the ones who truly understood permanence, because their knowledge, not their buildings, endured. Now, let's get real. Their system wasn't perfect. Storms still broke poles. Fires still went out. But instead of fighting those moments, they adapted instantly. No panic, no over-engineering. That humility, accepting that control is an illusion, might be the most advanced philosophy we could relearn. Ever wonder why so many modern sustainability experts are looking backward? Because the future of design is ancient. Circular airflow, natural insulation, passive solar heating. These aren't innovations, they're memories rediscovered. Even NASA engineers studying lunar habitats have considered conical structures for stability during extreme temperature shifts. You heard that right. Designs born on the Great Plains might guide survival on the moon. That's how far wisdom travels when it's built on observation instead of ego. But the deeper lesson goes beyond architecture. It's about balance. The Plains people saw fire and snow, wind and hide, not as opposites but as partners in a constant conversation. They didn't label the weather good or bad. It just was. And when you remove judgment from nature, you stop wasting energy trying to conquer it. You start learning from it. In modern life, we measure progress by convenience. Back then, progress was measured by the ability to live another day without damaging what kept you alive. That's not nostalgia. That's efficiency. Take energy use. A tipi at peak function ran on maybe 5 pounds of dried fuel a night. The energy equivalent of a single modern light bulb running 8 hours. Yet it heated 8 people. That's physics and philosophy in perfect sync. Now, the second lesson, warmth isn't just physical, it's emotional. Those winter lodges weren't filled with walls, rooms, and personal thermostats. They were filled with voices, laughter, and shared breath when a storm hit. No one sat alone scrolling through anxiety. They gathered, talked, touched, and survived together. Today, loneliness is a bigger killer than the cold. We've got climate control for everything except connection. Maybe that's why stories about the plains still resonate, because they remind us that the oldest technology for survival is each other. And here's where it gets poetic. The tipi wasn't just a structure, it was a worldview in 3D. Its circle represented continuity, the idea that beginnings and endings are the same thing. Its poles pointed upward in aspiration, without arrogance. Its fire centered the home community as literal warmth. That symbolism made every action sacred, even the mundane. Banking the fire wasn't a chore, it was a ritual of care. Cleaning the hides wasn't maintenance, it was gratitude. If we applied that mindset to modern life, imagine how different our cities would feel. We'd design buildings that breathe instead of suffocating. We'd use materials that respect time, not defy it. We'd build neighborhoods around common fires. Maybe not literal flames, but shared spaces that radiate belonging. And that brings us to the hardest truth. We're not missing technology, we're missing relationship, the relationship between people and their environment, between individuals and community, between survival and soul. That's what the old warmth held together. According to Cheyenne oral tradition, the cold teaches the fire to listen. In other words, hardship sharpens gratitude. Every winter that passed made those people wiser, not bitter, not entitled, but aware. Maybe that's the wisdom modern life needs most. Awareness without fear. We panic at every storm, every power outage, every rise in the energy bill. They faced nights that could kill and somehow found peace inside them. Imagine that level of calm. The snow pounding outside, your home swaying gently, and you lying there knowing that the world isn't out to get you. It's just testing whether you remember how to live with it. That's not primitive. That's enlightened. So, yeah. Their wisdom still teaches, not through lectures or textbooks, but through design that whispers, pay attention, use what you have, respect what gives you warmth, because the truth is, the planet's getting colder in some ways, not the temperature, but the empathy. We've heated our homes and cooled our hearts. Maybe it's time to reverse that. So, tonight, when you adjust your thermostat or light a candle, think of those quiet lodges on the plains breathing, glowing alive. Their secret wasn't insulation, it was intention. They didn't chase warmth, they became it. And that, my friend, is a kind of genius no smart device can ever replicate. What foods kept native families alive all winter? When winter slammed into the Great Plains and the world outside the tipi turned into a frozen blank sheet of white, survival depended on one thing more than anything else: food that could outlast the cold, the storms, and the long sunless weeks when nothing grew and nothing moved. And the brilliance of native families was that they had engineered an entire food system that didn't just survive winter, it laughed in its face. Picture this: summer sun blazing overhead, women slicing buffalo meat into thin, even strips, laying them across wooden racks so the wind could dry them into jerky tough enough to snap like twigs, and then pounding those strips with stones until they became fine, feather-light shreds, mixing them with melted buffalo fat and crushed choke cherries until they created pemmican, the original superfood, dense, long-lasting, energy-packed, a kind of ancestral protein bar that could sit in a raw hide, back for years, yes, years without spoiling, and according to traders like Alexander Henry, a single pound could carry a man through a day's march, which means this wasn't just food. It was fuel, survival insurance wrapped in fat and memory, and when snowstorms locked entire camps inside for days, pemmican was the hero that required almost no fire to prepare, just warm water or melted snow and a few minutes near the embers to soften, producing instants to thick enough to push away hunger and warm enough to keep blood moving through frozen limbs. And if pemmican was the king of winter survival, then bone broth was the quiet medicine behind it, made by cracking roasted buffalo bones open and simmering their marrow until the pot turned rich, and milky, nourishing elders whose joints ached in the cold, feeding children whose ribs showed from long hunts, helping anyone who returned half frozen from the plains feel life return to their fingers and faces as they sipped. Meanwhile, dried meat jerky stacked in rawhide sacks was like the pantry of the large, used for quick meals, travel snacks, and to fill whenever fuel ran low, because jerky softened fast and cooked quick, making it the perfect winter companion. And fat pure buffalo tallow was the real winter gold, rendered slowly in clay pots until it solidified into white, wax-like blocks that could be mixed into food for warmth, rubbed onto cracked skin, burned as clean fire starters, or melted into soups to keep everyone's core temperature steady, because without fat, you didn't stay warm, you starved and froze no matter how much meat you ate, which is why every part of the buffalo was used, humps, ribs, kidneys, and marrow all turned into life-saving calories, and berries gathered in the heat of summer, mashed into pulp, dried into cakes and stored for winter added sweetness and vitamins when bodies needed strength the most, while wild roots, prairie turnips, yampa, wild onions were dug up in fall, buried back underground in clay-lined pits that froze around them, but didn't spoil them, creating natural refrigerators that fed families when the world outside looked dead. And even in the deepest freeze they brewed teas, sage, mint, cedar, choke, cherry bark, not just for flavor but for hydration and health, because winter air dried out lungs fast and warm liquids were as important as food. And in the middle of storms, when snow stuck to the hides and the tippy walls hummed with wind, you'd see a grandmother stirring a pot hung on a tripod, steam rising into the cold air, a stew of dried meat, berries, marrow, and snow milk coming alive, feeding not just the stomach but the soul, because every winter meal was less about luxury and more about rhythm. Cook slowly, eat steadily, save fuel, preserve energy, and share always, since selfish eaters didn't last long in the cold. And while settlers complained their salted pork froze too hard to chop, native Families thrived on a system built from knowledge older than storms, one where every meal had a purpose, every mouthful had history, and every piece of food had been crafted months before with intention, care, and understanding that winter wasn't something you survived by accident. It was something you prepared for with brilliance. That's how they stayed alive through blizzards, how children grew strong in months when the sun barely rose, how whole camps moved, hunted, danced, and dreamed long after frost took the land, because their food wasn't just calories, it was engineering, memory, and resilience, disguised as simple winter meals. When the deep winter settled over the Great Plains and the world outside slowed into white silence, the real test wasn't just having food stored, it was knowing how to stretch it, rotate it, and use every last scrap with the precision of a surgeon, because in those long, icy months, survival hinged not only on what you had, but on how you used it. And native families had perfected that system so well that even when storms hammered the earth and buried the world in snowdrifts higher than a man's shoulders, the lodge still smelled like simmering broth and roasted marrow. Picture this: the fire dimming low, the tipi shaking softly from a gust, a grandmother waking before dawn to tilt a rawhide bag of pemmican toward the firelight, slicing off just enough to keep the family steady, adding a few handfuls of dried meat, a sprinkle of berry powder, and a knob of tallow that melted like candle wax into the stew, thickening it into a meal dense enough to keep everyone warm through another day of bitter cold. Because winter wasn't about feasting, it was about measured energy, about fueling the body so it didn't burn itself out trying to stay warm. And even as families sat shoulder to shoulder, bowls in hand, steam rising into the air, everyone understood that the real magic of winter food wasn't its flavor, but its predictability. Pemmican never spoiled, tallow never turned rancid, berries never molded, and bone marrow never lost strength, making every pot routine but reliable, a kind of edible heartbeat that reminded the whole lodge that life continued even in the stillness of snow. Meanwhile, each family kept hidden winter reserves tucked in clever places. Rawhide bundles hung high to stay dry. Clay-lined cache pits buried in slopes where the earth kept roots chilled but not frozen solid. And emergency sacks of jerky reserved only for blizzards that trapped the entire camp inside for days, because storms didn't politely announce themselves, they arrived roaring like angry gods, sealing entrances shut with drifting snow. And in those moments food had to be saved, rationed, and eaten in quiet discipline, every bite a reminder that winter wasn't forgiving. Yet through all of this, eating was never an isolated act, it was communal, reinforcing bonds, strengthening morale, and giving purpose to days when the outside world offered nothing but cold wind and endless white. And that's why meals were routine but sacred, each pot stirred with intention, each serving shared first with elders, then children, then everyone else, keeping not just the body but the spirit alive. And when hunters prepared to leave the lodge after a storm, they carried emergency food in small leather pouches: pemmican, dried berries, a sliver of tallow enough to keep them moving across frozen plains without stopping to make fire, because every minute saved could be the difference between returning home alive or disappearing into winter's mouth. And let's not forget fasting, not as punishment but as strategy, because in winter you had to understand your body like a machine, knowing when to conserve and when to push, and many families practiced quiet, intentional fasting during calm days to make food last longer for the days when storms or sickness made eating essential. Still, even with careful planning, emergencies happened. A cold snap that killed the last cache of roots, a failed hunt, a surprise blizzard that wiped out a trail, and that when the backup to the backup came in. Roasted marrow scraped from old bones, snow melt, mixed with a pinch of dried berry powder, tiny portions of ground meat cooked into winter mush. A dish that wasn't glamorous but kept the heart beating, and through it all, you'd hear the same soft sounds inside the tipi, the simmer of broth, the scrape of wooden spoons, the hiss of tallow melting, the quiet hum of families sharing stories as they ate, because food wasn't just fuel, it was rhythm, marking time when the days themselves felt frozen in place, and when the first warm wind of spring finally swept across the plains, melting snow into muddy streams and soaking the earth. Families didn't celebrate with feasts, they celebrated with gratitude, knowing that every careful meal, every measured spoon of marrow, every preserved root had carried them across winter's long shadow. And that's the real brilliance of their food system. It wasn't about abundance. It was about wisdom, discipline, timing, and deep respect for the land that offered everything and demanded everything in return, proving that survival wasn't an accident, it was a tradition passed down in recipes, rituals, and a quiet understanding that winter could take your life, but knowledge could save it. What clothing and materials protected them from the cold? When winter carved its way across the Great Plains and the wind came screaming down from the north, like a living blade, the only thing standing between a warm heartbeat and the freezing dark was the clothing people wore. And native families didn't just dress for winter, they engineered for it, crafting garments so perfectly adapted to the cold that even modern outdoor gear struggles to match them. And if you imagine clothing as simple animal skins thrown over shoulders, you're missing the entire genius of how they used buffalo hides, deer leather, porcupine quills, fur lining, and layered construction to turn the human body into a walking winter shelter. Picture this: a buffalo bull standing in a blizzard, frost collecting on its fur while the warm air trapped under its hide keeps it alive. And now imagine that same hide carefully tanned, softened, smoked, and cut by skilled women into robes, leggings, and hooded coats, each piece built from the same natural insulation that allowed a 1,000-pound animal to sleep in snow without freezing. And that transformation didn't happen by accident, it came from knowledge passed down through generations of women who knew exactly how long to soak a hide, how much to scrape, how to rub it with brains or fat so the fibers loosened without tearing, how to stretch it over wooden frames, and smoke it until it became resistant to moisture, flexible in cold, and able to repel snow like waxed canvas. And when you draped a buffalo robe over your shoulders, fur side inward, hide outward, you were basically wearing the winter survival system of the buffalo itself, a portable heater wrapped around your body, sealing in warmth so effectively that explorers in the 1800s wrote things like a man wrapped in a buffalo robe is nearly impervious to the cold, which was their polite way of admitting their own wool coats were useless compared to indigenous design. But clothing wasn't just about wearing one big robe. Every part of the outfit worked together as a system, starting with the base layer, soft tanned deer, hide shirts and leggings, warm but breathable, moving with the body instead of stiffening like European fabrics did in freezing weather. And those leggings were tied at the waist and wrapped tight around the calves with hide cords to keep snow and wind from slipping inside, while long shirts extended past the hips to protect the core. And over that came the outer layers, buffalo coats, fur shoulder wraps, and additional hide pieces tied across the chest in storms, creating modular insulation you could adjust depending on wind direction. And then there were the moccasins, true winter engineering miracles, made from thick hide with fur inside, sometimes stuffed with dried grass or sage for added insulation, sometimes double layered with rawhide soles for durability, and always sewn with sinew thread that tightened naturally in the cold, sealing out snow. But footwear didn't stop there. Winter moccasins often included high, boot-like wraps reaching up the shin, tied securely to keep ankles warm and protected, because if your feet froze, nothing else mattered. And women knew how to pack moccasins with just the right amount of grass or snow insulation to keep heat trapped without soaking the material, basically creating the first snow boots long before rubber or Gore-Tex existed. And then there were the hoods and face coverings, fur-lined headpieces, made from wolf, coyote, or buffalo hair that created a halo of warm air around the face, preventing frostbite on cheeks, noses, and ears, with the fur acting like nature's own windbreaker by trapping air and blocking sharp gusts. And when storms hit hard, people wrapped extra scarves of hide or cloth around their faces, leaving only a small slit for the eyes, the same technique Arctic cultures used, proving that humans across the world often discovered the same solutions when pushed by the same cold. And you can't talk winter clothing without talking about mittens, thick fur mitts lined with hide, sometimes connected by a long cord passed through the sleeves so they'd never get lost. And these mittens kept hands astonishingly warm because fingers weren't. Separated like in gloves, they shared heat, and for tasks that needed dexterity, people simply pulled the mittens off for a moment, did the work, and slid them back on before frost could bite. Now imagine a full winter outfit coming together. Moccasins stuffed with dry grass, deer hide leggings, long shirts layered under buffalo coats, fur hoods casting warm shadows over the face, mittens swinging from hide cords, all tied, wrapped, and adjusted according to wind direction and temperature. And suddenly that image of primitive clothing transforms into something much closer to technical. Winter wear, the difference being that this system breathed, flexed, and adapted because it was made from living materials that understood winter better than any textile scientist ever could. And remember, clothing wasn't just physical protection, it was also knowledge, because young girls grew up learning exactly how to tan hides so they wouldn't stiffen in cold, how to choose the right thickness for each piece, how to soften leather with bone scrapers, and how long to smoke the hide so it became semi-waterproof without becoming brittle. And that knowledge wasn't written, it was lived, taught by mothers, grandmothers, and aunties through practice and repetition until every movement became instinct. And when a storm hit, survival depended on that craft. And here's something modern people don't realize: they layered clothing far earlier and far smarter than the West, using the exact same system hikers use today: base layer for moisture control, mid layer for warmth, outer layer for wind and snow, except their version was made from brain-tanned leather, fur, and hide instead of polyester and fleece, and it worked beautifully because the materials responded to weather instead of fighting it. And clothing also served spiritual and social meaning. Certain robes painted with winter symbols offered emotional strength. Warrior coats decorated with quills and feathers provided identity and pride. Women's coats stitched with family patterns carried generational stories. And these designs weren't just decoration, they were reminders of who you were, while you faced a world that could kill you with one cold mistake. Even children had specially made clothes, often double-lined with rabbit fur or squirrel pelts to keep their small bodies warm. And babies were wrapped in soft hide blankets inside cradle boards that acted like insulated cocoons, protecting them from wind and snow during travel. And when families moved across the plains in winter, their clothing allowed them to walk for hours without freezing, allowed hunters to track buffalo across snowy fields, allowed women to gather firewood in negative temperatures, and allowed elders to sit comfortably by the fire instead of shivering under thin fabrics like many settlers did. One explorer in the 1840s even wrote, "The Indian child walks barefoot in more warmth than our soldiers in full uniform." And while that's an exaggeration, the message is clear. Native clothing wasn't just functional, it was superior. So, when you picture people living on open plains during winters that froze rivers solid and killed livestock overnight, remember that they didn't survive by chance, they survived through brilliance, skill, and clothing systems developed through centuries of observation, crafting, and understanding of both material and climate, turning hides, fur, and sinew into shields against the cold, proving that true winter survival comes not from technology, but from knowledge woven into every stitch. When we talk about winter survival on the Great Plains, it's easy to imagine that clothing was just another layer you threw on before stepping into the cold. But the truth is far more profound, because winter clothing wasn't just protection, it was strategy, culture, engineering, identity, and spiritual armor all woven together, and its effectiveness came not from thickness, but from how intelligently each piece interacted with the body and with nature, especially when storms reached their worst, and the cold pressed against the tippy walls like a living enemy. Imagine a night when snow falls sideways, wind roars loud enough to rattle the poles, and the temperature plummets so fast you can feel the air biting your skin, and yet inside that tippy, people prepare to leave for hunting, gathering wood or checking traps, slipping into outfits crafted with centuries of wisdom, starting with the inner deer hide layer that moved like soft cloth but insulated like fleece, absorbing sweat so it didn't freeze against the skin, and over that they pulled on buffalo leggings thick enough to block wind but flexible enough to run, with the fur side turned inward to trap warmth and the hide outward to shed snow. Then came the outer robe, massive buffalo hide wraps, often reaching from shoulders to the ground, worn fur in for warmth or fur out during storms, when the long guard hairs deflected wind and sleet, creating a moving barrier that felt almost alive. And these robes weighed a lot, but were warm enough that people could sleep outdoors, on winter hunts without freezing, something settlers found almost unthinkable as their wool blankets stiffened like planks in the cold, and when hunters rode out across the plains, their robes acted like wind shields, wrapping around their upper bodies while their legs stayed insulated inside layered leggings, proving that clothing wasn't just about surviving winter, it was about thriving in it. Add to that the hoods and caps fashioned from wolf, coyote, fox or buffalo head fur, each chosen for specific properties. Wolf fur resisted ice buildup, coyote fur insulated the ears, buffalo fur created a halo of warm air around the face, and when combined with scarves of tanned hide wrapped across the mouth and nose, the wearer could breathe warm, moist air even in temperatures that would freeze exposed skin in minutes, making these hoods ancient versions of face masks designed long before synthetic fabrics existed. And the hands, always the first to stiffen in cold, were protected by fur mittens so thick and fluffy they could withstand blizzards with ease, sometimes connected by cords that run through the sleeves so no one ever lost them, and inside the mittens, fingers shared heat instead of being isolated like in modern gloves. Another example of how indigenous clothing prioritized biological reality over fashion. And let's not forget footwear, because winter moccasins weren't simple shoes, they were survival tools crafted with astonishing precision, double-layered soles for insulation, inner linings of rabbit or buffalo fur that trapped heat, and sometimes dried grasses stuffed inside to wick moisture away from the skin, or wrapped tightly around the foot with sinew stitching that shrank in the cold, sealing the seams against snow. Explorers noted that native moccasins rarely froze stiff the way European leather boots did, because brain and hide remained flexible even in extreme cold, allowing people to move naturally across snow, ice, and wine-packed plains without the agony of stiff footwear. And during storms, people added long hide gaiters tied around the calves, forming an early version of snow pods that kept moisture out and warmth in. Step back for a moment and look at the whole system. Inner leather layers for moisture control, mid layers of fur for insulation, outer buffalo hides for wind and snow protection, plus specialized hoods, mittens, and moccasins all working together like a natural thermal machine, adjusting to movement, weather changes, and activity levels in ways that modern winter clothing only imitates through complicated textiles and expensive brand names. And the brilliance didn't stop at materials. The crafting process itself was a masterclass in engineering, because women knew exactly how to tan hides differently for different garments, softening certain sections for shirts, leaving others thicker for robes, stretching some hides thin for leggings and working others into durable soles for moccasins, using scraping tools made from bone, antler, and stone to treat the hides with a level of precision you'd expect from modern craftsmen, and then smoking the finished pieces to waterproof them, darken them, and make them resistant to insects, moisture, and rot. Imagine a winter morning inside the tipi, a grandmother running her hands along a hide coat to check for stiffness, warming it near the fire until it regains softness, brushing ice off a hood, retying the leggings on a child's legs, adjusting layers on a hunter before he steps out into the storm, the entire home operating like a clothing workshop, fused with a survival command center, where each stitch meant safety and each layer meant another hour of life. In the cold, and clothing wasn't only functional, it communicated identity, status, and skill, because the best tanned hides belonged to respected women. The most elaborately quilled leggings were signs of artistic excellence, and the fur-lined hoods decorated with specific patterns or feathers marked a person's achievements or role in the community, making winter clothing not just survival gear but a walking story, a way to carry history on the skin during the harshest months of the year. And when storms made travel impossible, families spent the long hours repairing clothing, softening hides, replacing torn sinew stitches, decorating items with new patterns, teaching children how to scrape hides or work quills, turning winter confinement into craft, learning, and connection, a rhythm of life that settlers in their stiff military coats and frozen cabins could barely understand. Even horses were given winter protection, buffalo hide blankets, hoods, and chest guards that kept them warm during blizzards, because a frozen horse meant a frozen family, and the level of care extended to dogs as well, who sometimes wore small hide wraps on their backs when temperatures plummeted. And here's something modern people rarely consider. Clothing was adapted constantly, not fixed, because people understood the weather like a language. They felt when to add layers, when to loosen ties, when to switch fur direction, when to open seams for breathability during movement, and that dynamic approach kept them warm without overheating, something our modern jackets struggle with, even with zippers and vents. By the time early spring came and the world softened, clothing changed again. Lighter hides, fewer layers, leggings replaced by soft moccasins, robes swapped for thinner wraps, proving that their clothing system wasn't just for winter, it was a year-round practice of reading the land and responding to it. And when you look at all of this, you realize something powerful. Native winter clothing wasn't primitive, it was optimized, perfected by people who lived close enough to nature to understand it on an intimate level. And the reason they survived winters that killed entire settler groups wasn't luck, it was knowledge stitched into every robe, every mitten, every moccasin. Knowledge that turned hide and fur into armor against a land that demanded respect. So the next time someone imagines the plains tribes as people enduring winter, picture the reality: families wrapped in clothing warmer than wool, softer than machine-processed leather, tailored for movement, for storms, for survival, stepping out into blizzards not as victims but as masters of their environment. And that mastery was written in every thread of the clothing they made. How did families turn the tipi into a complete winter survival system? When you picture a winter night on the Great Plains, it's easy to imagine only the cold, the kind that moves like a living breath across the empty land, the kind that freezes riverbanks into glass, the kind that presses against the hide walls of every home like a silent test. But inside each tipi, warmth wasn't just built by fire or hides. It was created by people who were quiet, steady, patient, working together in ways that turned the lodge into a complete survival system, long before anyone thought to call it engineering. Inside those walls, winter wasn't faced alone. It was shared. The moment darkness settled and the first cold currents slipped beneath the edge of the tipi cover, the family eased into their familiar rhythm. A grandmother checked the coals without being asked, touching the ash with the back of her hand to feel the temperature, the way some people read a clock. A mother tightened the inner lining so the night breeze wouldn't wander inside. Someone pulled spare robes from the pile and laid them near the sleeping places. Everyone had a task, but nobody announced it. Winter created a language that didn't need words. You could see this quiet cooperation in the way they sat for the evening meal. Elders closer to the fire, children wrapped in robes near their parents, young adults near the entrance, each position choosing not warmth for themselves, but warmth for the whole. Because the tipi only worked as a winter shelter when everyone inside created the right balance. Too much movement near the door and cold air rushed in. Too little attention to the fire, and the heat faded too soon. Too much talking, and someone forgot to close a flap. Every person mattered. Every small action mattered. That circle of life inside the tipi became its own kind of winter machine. The structure itself was brilliant, yes, but a machine is useless without the hands that keep it working. A tipi didn't stay warm by accident. It stayed warm because someone listened to it. Someone always knew when the hides stiffened in the cold. Someone heard the faint shift in the wind. Someone tasted the air for dryness before adjusting the flaps. Children grew up watching these tiny decisions, absorbing them the way they absorbed stories, until one day they could read winter with the same quiet confidence. And here's the surprising part: survival didn't start with fire. It started with harmony. Families moved through winter as a single unit, and that unity created a kind of shared insulation stronger than any robe. When storms pushed hard at the walls, the people inside didn't grip each other in fear. They leaned into routine. Someone swept frost from the inner lining. Someone rearranged bedding to close gaps. Someone added a little sage to the coals so the air stayed gentle on the lungs. Even laughter had a purpose. It eased worry, calmed breath, and kept the spirit warm when the body struggled. Warmth wasn't just something they felt. It was something they built. Grandmothers often said that a tipi stayed warm when the people inside respected each other. Whether you think that's spiritual or not, the science behind it is very real. Calmer breathing keeps the body's heat steady, and steady warmth makes the whole lodge easier to maintain. A panicked breath cools you. A peaceful breath keeps you alive. Winter taught them this rhythm long before science gave it a name. In the coldest moons, the deep winter days when the sun rose late and left early, families depended on something even more important than fire or hides: timing. The cold had its own pulse. Temperatures dipped after midnight, winds shifted just before dawn, and frost thickened on the walls in the hours when breath was heaviest. The people knew these patterns not from books but from living their entire lives inside them. When a woman woke in the middle of the night and touched the hide wall, she wasn't checking the weather, she was checking the family's future. And when the cold grew sharp, everyone knew what to do next. Children were tucked between adults. Elders were wrapped more tightly. Dogs curled at their feet, sharing warmth with whoever needed it most. The firekeeper rose quietly, banked the coals with ash, added a single buffalo chip, not too much, not too little, and closed one smoke flap just enough to hold heat without trapping smoke. Every movement was small. Every movement was intentional. Winter survival wasn't a dramatic battle, it was a gentle conversation with the elements. And the tipi answered back. When the fire burned low, the rocks around it glowed with stored heat. When the wind changed, the flaps whispered it through the hides. When the snow thickened, the lodge grew heavier, warmer, and steadier. Families didn't fight these changes, they worked with them. Snow piled against the outer wall wasn't danger, it was insulation. Frost forming on the inner hides wasn't a threat. It was a sign that the air cycle was working as it should. Everything had meaning, and nothing was wasted. This sense of connection extended far beyond the lodge itself. Out on the plains, winter wasn't just cold, it was unpredictable. A day could begin clear, turn bitter at noon, and freeze solid by nightfall. But the people didn't fear this unpredictability. They remembered it. Each winter added a new layer of knowledge, passed from mothers to daughters, fathers to sons, until the rhythms of the land became the rhythms of the people. Winter teaches you twice, elders said, once when it comes and once when you remember it. The remembrance mattered. Each winter night became a story to guide the next. Children learned why you don't sleep too close to the fire, why you keep boots near the warmest side of the lodge, why you never leave a flap unfastened even for a moment. These weren't rules, They were seeds of wisdom planted long before those children would grow old enough to tend their own fires. And when they finally did, they repeated the same soft habits, quiet adjustments, careful touches, the small patience winter asks of anyone who wants to survive it. But the greatest truth of all is this: the tipi didn't protect the people. The people protected each other. The lodge only worked because everyone inside chose to work together. The fire only lasted because someone always remembered to listen to it. The hides only held warmth because hands stitched them with care. The air only stayed balanced because someone read the wind like a familiar voice. Winter didn't spare them, it respected them, because they respected it first. Think of a family waking after a storm. The wind outside is softer now. Snow lies heavy across the plains, glittering under the first light of dawn. Inside, breath rises gently in the cool air. The coals glow faint red. Someone stretches, listens, and stirs the fire with a practiced touch. Someone else shakes the frost from the lining so it won't melt into dampness. Children rise slowly, wrapped in robes that still hold the warmth of the night before. Nothing is rushed. Nothing is forced. The day begins with patience. That patience was the real secret of their winter survival, not just fire or hides, or clever engineering, but the calm understanding that warmth comes from rhythm, and rhythm comes from attention. The kind of attention that makes you check a flap at midnight, or share a robe without being asked, or lean close enough to feel someone's breath when the cold presses too hard. In that quiet circle of life, the tipi was more than shelter. It was a reminder: warmth is never just heat. It is care shared between people who depend on each other. That's how families survived winters that froze the world outside, not by fighting the cold, but by moving in harmony with everything that kept the darkness away. What role did the human body play in staying warm all night long? When we talk about winter survival, we often imagine tools, fires, blankets, clothing, and clever shelter design. But for the native people of the Great Plains, one of the greatest sources of warmth was something far quieter, something so constant and dependable that they almost never spoke of it directly. It was simply understood, like breath or heartbeat or the silence after snowfall. The human body itself was a furnace, not a roaring one, not a blazing one, but a soft, steady flame that never fully went out. Even in the deepest winter nights, even when the winds outside curled like frozen fingers around the hide walls of the tipi, the body continued its calm work, releasing warmth in small, patient waves. And the people understood this intimate science long before any modern textbook existed. They didn't measure it in degrees, they felt it in the closeness of family, in the shared rise and fall of breath, in the warmth that pulled between sleeping robes in the early hours before dawn. To understand how they survived the cold, you have to look closely at how they understood the body itself. They knew that warmth wasn't something you chased. It was something you preserved. Before sleep, they slowed down. They spoke softly. They moved gently. The body held heat best when the mind stayed calm. That was the first rule of winter nights. And so the last conversations before sleep were never arguments, never tension. They were stories, memories, or soft humor that left the chest lighter and the breath slower. They knew without knowing the scientific words that a calm heart beats more steadily, conserving more warmth for the long night ahead. Inside the tipi, you could hear this calmness. The fire crackled softly. Children giggled quietly under their robes. Dogs shifted and curled into small circles against the bedding. The slow wind outside brushed the lodge wall like someone running a hand over taut skin. And beneath all of that, beneath the crackling, the shifting, and the breathing, there was the deep, constant warmth of bodies settling into their night shapes. The placement of those bodies wasn't random. It followed a rhythm older than memory. Children were placed between adults not because they were weak, but because they were important. Their small bodies lost heat faster, and so they received warmth from both sides. Elders were placed closer to the fire, where the coals breathed a warm glow across their robes. Adults arranged themselves in a way that created a gentle ring, an invisible circle of protection that kept the cold from finding any one person too easily. Even where someone slept reflected the family's love and responsibility. It wasn't a ritual. It wasn't a rule. It was simply how people cared for each other. And then, when the fire grew low and the night deepened, something remarkable happened. Something soft and rarely spoken, but always felt. They're single. Shared warmth created a climate of its own. If you could step slowly into a tipi during the quietest hour, maybe sometime after midnight, you would notice how the air inside felt thicker, not heavy, but full. Warmth gathered in layers. The air closest to the bodies held the softest heat. Each breath mingled with the next, rising toward the smoke hole in slow ribbons. The air near the hides cooled and slipped downward again. The cycle moved gently, continuously, like a small indoor weather system powered by nothing more than breath and presence. In those slow, dark hours, the body revealed its true gift. It never stopped working. As the fire dimmed and the stones cooled, the body did not. It continued releasing small waves of warmth into blankets, into air, into the space between the sleeping hands. Even the movements of sleep helped maintain warmth. When someone turned in their bedding, their robe trapped a new pocket of air. When someone stretched slightly, their blood moved a little faster, bringing warmth back to their fingertips and toes. Everything the body did in sleep served one purpose: staying alive through the cold. The people understood this in a way that was deeply physical. They trusted their bodies, and they trusted each other's. That trust shaped how they slept. They didn't sleep scattered or distant. Cold has no mercy for distance. Instead, they shared warmth the way one shares a blanket with ease, without awkwardness, without hesitation. If a child rolled away from the center during the night, someone would gently pull them back, not waking them, just guiding their small body back into the circle of shared heat. If an elder coughed or shifted, someone would give them their own robe or lean closer, quietly ensuring their breath stayed warm. Warmth wasn't just preserved, it was protected. But the impressive part isn't only how they arranged themselves. It's how they understood the body's different kinds of warmth. They knew that feet and hands lost heat fastest, so those were wrapped first. They knew that a warm stomach kept the whole body steady, so they covered their midsections tightly. They knew that breath was a kind of subtle heat that could be wasted if the lungs worked too fast, so they curled into positions that made breathing deeper, slower, and more efficient. That's why so many slept on their sides, or curled around children, or lay with a robe tucked under the chin. These positions were naturally efficient at holding warmth. The dogs inside the tipi understood all of this too. If you've ever watched a dog seek warmth, you've seen pure instinct. Dogs don't guess. They know exactly where the warmest spot is, and during winter nights, they always found their place near sleeping bodies, especially near the feet, adding their warmth to the families. A single dog could raise the temperature of the immediate sleeping area noticeably. A small group made an even greater difference. Some families even placed pups or smaller dogs near the weakest or oldest family members to keep them safe during the coldest nights. This wasn't seen as unusual. It was simply a way of life. Warmth belonged to everyone, including the animals. If the night deepened and the temperature dropped sharply, families sometimes did something else remarkable. They shifted together. A slight change in position could conserve enough warmth to prevent frostbite. If the wind changed, the people inside knew before anyone else. The hides stiffened slightly, the cold pushed a sharper draft through the floor, and the air inside cooled with a faint bite. Without words, 2 or 3 adults would move closer to the draft line or shift the bedding to block the cold. These adjustments were quiet, intuitive, and constant. It wasn't uncommon for someone to wait briefly, feel the air with their palm, and adjust the inner lining by a hand's width, not fully open, not fully closed, just enough to guide the air into a softer curve around the room. They understood that air needed movement, but too much movement invited cold. The body's warmth and the tipi's airflow were partners in survival, each responding to the other. There was beauty in this responsiveness. Warmth was not something you earned once and kept. It was something you tended throughout the night, like a small child or a restless flame. When someone stirred and the ropes shifted, the family adjusted with them. The tipi breathed, the fire hummed, the people settled again. Everything moved together. That was winter in the lodge, and while the body worked outside of awareness, the mind worked too. They understood that fear drains warmth. A mind caught in worry tightens muscles, speeds the breath, and cools the body. So before sleep they talked softly about small, gentle things, memories of summer meadows, funny moments from the hunt, stories of old winters when the snow buried the grass, but the people still found their way. These weren't just stories, they were warmth in another form. Calm thoughts made the body steady. A steady body held heat. Even the act of sleeping close increased emotional warmth. Touch brings reassurance. Reassurance slows the heart. A slow heart keeps heat. Modern science now calls this social thermoregulation. They simply called it life. Children grew up surrounded by warmth. They learned early how to share a blanket, how to tuck their feet under a parent's robe, how to breathe quietly in the cold morning air. They learned that warmth was not a gift given by one person, it was the responsibility of everyone. And when these children grew older, they repeated the same patterns. A young mother would place her baby against her chest, knowing that her own warmth was far more reliable than any fire. A father would sleep near the entrance so cold air touched him first. Older siblings would pull younger ones between them instinctively. Even in sleep, winter wove families together, quite literally. When storms raged outside and the wind screamed over the plains like a hungry spirit, the body became both shield and shelter. As the storm thickened, warmth inside the tipi didn't come from fire. It came from unity. A dozen small flames, each person's body heat, rising into a gentle cloud of shared survival. Sometimes, during the darkest storms, the fire went out entirely, not because someone failed, but because storms made tending the flame dangerous. And when that happened, families didn't panic. They tightened their circle. They shared their breath. They pulled their robes higher. They placed children at the very center. The body did the work that fire could not. And by dawn, when the storm eased its grip, they were still alive. This was how winter shaped them, not with cruelty, but with lessons. They learned that the body is capable of more than anyone imagines. They learned that warmth grows when shared. They learned that a calm breath survives the night. And above all, they learned that the body's warmth is not a small thing. It is one of the oldest tools in human history. A quiet fire that never fully dies. When you think of native winter survival, remember this: their strength didn't come from hides or fires alone. It came from the steady warmth inside each person, and the way that warmth became powerful when shared in the dark. That is how they slept through nights cold enough to silence rivers, not with technology, not with force, but with the simple, ancient magic of the human body and the warmth it gives freely. How did they control moisture, air, and frost inside the tipi? When people think of winter survival, they usually imagine cold as the main enemy. But on the Great Plains, cold was only half of the battle. The real danger came from something quieter, something that moved with every breath, and something that had nothing to do with temperature alone: moisture. Cold air can be bitter, painful even, but dry cold can be survived. Wet cold is different. Wet cold steals warmth the way shadows steal light, slowly at first, and then all at once. The native people understood this deeply. They lived in a world where frostbite did not arrive with a warning. Wet clothing could become a death sentence, where even a few drops of moisture trapped inside the lodge could freeze into thin glassy layers by dawn. So their winter survival was not only about heat, it was about balance: air that moved just enough, walls that breathed just enough, fires that smoked just enough to dry the space without choking it. They understood that a warm shelter with poor moisture control becomes colder in the long run than a cooler shelter that stays dry. Inside a tipi, moisture was always being created. Every breath, every pot of broth, every drying moccasin, every sleeping body, and breath especially mattered. In a single winter night, a family could release a surprising amount of water into the air in small clouds, leaving the mouth drifting upward, condensing along the upper walls. Breath was gentle, but in the cold, breath could transform into frost, and frost, when too much of it gathered, slipped back into the room as moisture when the fire warmed the space again. This cycle could ruin hides, chill bedding, and bring the cold deeper into the home than the wind ever could. But the tipi was ready for this. It wasn't only a shelter, it was a breathing system. The entire interior worked like a quiet machine designed to manage moisture without noise, without effort, and without breaking the calm of the winter night. The people didn't need measurements or instruments. They had intuition, tradition, and the feeling of the lodge itself. If you were inside a tipi at night, you'd notice something almost invisible. A soft current of air moving upward near the center, and a cooler one moving downward along the walls. This was the tipi's secret and natural convection cycle created by the design. The fire warmed the air in the center. That warm air rose, carrying with it the moisture from breath, cooking, and clothing. It traveled toward the smoke hole where it escaped in slow streams. Meanwhile, cooler and drier air entered from the bottom edges, slipping under the hide walls in tiny, controlled breaths. The people mastered this balance simply by adjusting their environment. A movement of the smoke flaps changed the speed of escape. A shift of the inner lining changed how quickly the walls dried. Even the smallest adjustment created a new airflow pattern. This wasn't technology. It was instinct made perfect through centuries of listening to the winter. The inner lining of the tipi, the soft hide that hung just inside the main cover, was one of the most brilliant features. It worked like a shield, a filter, and a dryer all at once. Between the outer hide and the inner lining, a small air chamber formed, letting the lodge breathe naturally. When warm, moist air rose along the interior, the lining caught it, guided it upward, and allowed it to escape before it could freeze on sleeping people. This simple lining prevented frost from raining down when the fire restarted in the morning, a common problem in solid structures like log cabins. Imagine waking to a shower of tiny ice as the fire warms a frozen wall. That didn't happen in the tipi. The lining stopped it long before that point. When the wind outside shifted direction, the lodge responded. When the cold intensified, the flaps were lowered. When the smoke lingered too long, a flap opened just a hair. A tipi wasn't sealed like a modern tent. It was alive, adjusting itself through the hands of the people who read it like the sky. Moisture wasn't the only challenge. Breath formed frost on the walls at night, and this frost acted like a warning. Too much frost near the floor meant the lower airflow was too strong. Frost high on the lining meant the smoke hole needed adjustment. A thin, even layer meant everything was perfect. They truly used frost as a teacher, and so, when a child woke before dawn and saw the faint white crystals on the inner lining, they didn't fear it. Frost meant the lodge had done its job during the night. Frost meant the breath had gone where it needed to go. Frost meant survival. But there was another danger few people understand today. Condensation on clothing. A single wet moccasin could chill a sleeping child. A damp robe could pull heat from the body for hours. So every night, clothing that had gathered moisture during the day was placed near the fire, not too close where it could scorch, but not too far either. Families knew exactly how far to place boots and leggings, so they warmed just enough to dry, not enough to stiffen. Even the position of drying items mattered. A boot too high in the lodge would dry unevenly. A robe too low would gather floor moisture. Everything had a place, and that place was known by feel, not by rules. And then there was the ritual of steam. After cooking stews or boiling water, the steam inside the lodge increased humidity. People watched it carefully. Too much steam meant the air needed refreshing, so a flap would open briefly, releasing the humid air in a slow exhale. Too little steam meant dryness could crack hides, so the pot boiled just a little longer. Moisture management was a living dance. Some winter nights were so cold that even breath froze before it rose fully. But the lodge still stood strong. The floor, often lined with grass or reeds beneath the hides, trapped moisture before it could seep into bedding. The walls released moisture upward. Each person's breath added warmth, yes, but also water. And because the Tipi breathed, the water never stayed long enough to become danger. What's truly remarkable is how effortlessly this system worked. There were no seals, no plastic, no synthetic layers, no metal vents, just hides, poles, breath, wind, and a little fire. Yet even modern researchers struggle to replicate this natural balance. The Tipi was not simply warm, it was dry. And dry warmth is the strongest warmth. You could sit inside on a night when temperatures drop well below freezing and still find comfort in the softness of the air. Dry heat is gentle. It wraps around you rather than pushing into you. It stays longer, settles deeper, and protects the core of your body in a way damp heat never can. When storms rolled in and snow pressed heavy against the outer walls, the lodge grew more insulated. Snow reduced drafts, hides stiffened, trapping even more warmth. Airflow slowed but did not stop. Moisture produced inside continued rising, guided by the shape of the Tipi and the quiet attention of the people who lived within it. Sometimes, when the storm passed and the morning light shimmered through a thin layer of frost near the top, at the lodge, children would wake to see the walls glittering like stars. That frost wasn't a failure, it was a sign the system worked. The warmth of their bodies mixed with the cold of the night and found the right place to rest before sunrise. And then the firekeeper woke. With a slow breath, they brushed the coals. A faint ember glowed. The frost on the lining softened and vanished. Air warmed, moisture lifted, and the lodge breathed deeply again. Every winter morning inside a Tipi was like a renewal. The cycle of moisture, breath, heat, and cold began fresh each day. The people trusted it. They trusted themselves. They trusted the lodge. Winter never stopped being harsh, but inside the Tipi, The balance of moisture and air stayed gentle enough for sleep. It is easy to praise the fire, the hides, the clothing, and the stones. But without this careful dance of air and moisture, without the breath of the large, none of those tools would have been enough. Survival depended on a simple truth. A warm lodge begins with a dry lodge, and a dry lodge begins with air that knows how to leave and how to stay. What clothing engineering made their outfits warmer than modern gear? When winter rolled over the Great Plains, it didn't arrive quietly. It came like a sharp edge, slicing across the open land, freezing rivers, stiffening grass into needles, and turning the breath of every living thing into white ghosts drifting through the air. You would think nothing human could stand against that kind of cold, and yet families walked across those plains wrapped in clothing so perfectly engineered for winter that even today's outdoor gear struggles to match it. Warmth wasn't an accident, it was a system, a design. A memory of the buffalo is carried on their skin. Picture a morning after a storm. The tipi walls are still dusted with frost. The fire is low, stones glowing a soft red. Someone stirs near the doorway, tying their leggings, preparing to step outside. The moment they lift the hide flap, a blast of icy wind rushes in, the kind of cold that would stiffen wool, freeze canvas, and bite at exposed skin. But it doesn't stop them, because what they're wearing isn't primitive clothing. It is winter technology distilled across centuries. The magic began with the buffalo, the animal built for this exact world. A buffalo could stand in a blizzard without flinching because its hide worked like a dual-layered insulation system. Long guard hairs broke the wind. The dense undercoat trapped heat like a living blanket. Native women looked at that design and understood it instantly. If a buffalo can outlast winter storms, so can our families if we carry the buffalo with us. That's why the buffalo robe became the heart of their winter clothing. It wasn't just a big piece of fur thrown over shoulders. It was shaped strategically, tanned with care, and worn in ways that made the body a heat source instead of a victim of the cold. Women softened hides with a mixture of brains and fat, a natural conditioner filled with oils that kept the fibers supple even in freezing weather. Modern leather stiffens. Their leather stayed flexible, soft, alive. Now imagine someone stepping outside with that rope pulled tight. The fur faces inward, trapping warmth. The hide faces outward, deflecting wind and snow. Within seconds, the person becomes warm enough to keep moving. And that's before the rest of the outfit even comes into play. Their winter system didn't rely on one garment. It relied on layers, the same technique modern mountaineers use. But it was invented long before synthetic fabrics existed. First layer, soft tanned deer hide shirts and leggings. Breathable, flexible, and astonishingly good at wicking moisture, so sweat didn't freeze against the skin. These garments moved with the body like a second skin. When the person walked, ran, rode a horse, or bent to collect firewood, the leather bent with them, never cracking, never stiffening in frost. Second layer, fur leggings, usually from buffalo, calves, or deer, are wrapped tightly around the legs. These weren't loose wraps. They were sculpted to the shape of the leg and tied with rawhide cords that never loosened in the cold. Modern skiers wear insulated snow pants. These leggings were their early ancestors, lighter, quieter, and perfectly fitted. Third layer, the buffalo robe. This was the wearable furnace. Some robes were so well-tanned and smoked that settlers wrote, "A man wrapped in one of these is nearly impervious to the cold." That line wasn't poetic. It was literal. But clothing alone wasn't enough. The real brilliance was how each piece interacted with the next. Heat didn't escape. Wind didn't enter. Snow didn't cling. Each layer was built on the one beneath it, creating a thermal shell around the body that responded to movement and temperature like a living organism. Then came the footwear, perhaps the most underrated winter technology they created. Moccasins for winter weren't simple shoes. They were engineers. The outer sole was made from thick rawhide stiff enough to handle ice-crusted ground, but flexible enough not to crack. Inside, women stuffed dried grasses, sage, or fur to create insulation that kept their feet warm even when walking through snow. When the grass absorbed moisture, it replaced it with a natural moisture management system that modern boots still struggle to achieve. And when the temperature dropped even further, they added high moccasin wraps that reached the knee, tied securely with hide cords, sealing the entire lower leg into a pocket of warm air. No wind, no snow, just warmth. Now think about mittens. Gloves that separate fingers are a huge mistake in extreme cold. These people understood that instinctively. They made mittens from fur, sometimes double-layered, sometimes connected by a cord passed through the sleeves, so they never fell or got lost in the snow. Inside the mittens, fingers shared heat. Outside, fur trapped the warm air like a soft halo. Some mittens were so thick and warm that traders claimed their hands stayed warmer in a blizzard than inside wool gloves near a stove. And then there were the hoods, some of the most genius clothing in their entire system, made from wolf, coyote, or buffalo fur. These hoods created a bubble of warm air around the head and face. Wolf fur in particular resisted ice build-up. Snow slid off instead of melting and refreezing. In a blizzard, that mattered a lot. But clothing wasn't just about protection. It was about movement. Everything was sewn with animal tendon that tightened naturally in cold weather, sealing seams. The thread literally responded to the environment. When temperatures dropped, the stitches got tighter. When it warmed, they relaxed. That's adaptive engineering, long before any smart fabric existed. Even the tanning process was an art. Women tanned hides according to purpose, thinner hides for shirts, medium hides for leggings, thick hides for robes, hard raw hide for soles. Each hide had a job. Each job had a hide. Nothing was random. And when storms hit, they didn't hide indoors. They walked calmly through the snow because their clothing system wasn't fighting the environment. It was cooperating with it. The fur blocked the wind. The hide shed snow. The layers trapped warmth. The body breathed. Movement stayed natural. A hunter riding across frozen plains with his robe tied behind him looked almost unreal, warm, steady, and unbothered by the wind that could kill someone in mere minutes. Then there's the part movies never show, modular adaptation. They adjusted clothing constantly, reading the weather like a language. Too much wind? Turn the fur outward. To warm during movement? Loosen the robe. Let sweat escape. Need to sleep outdoors on a hunt? Wrap the robe fur in and tuck your feet beneath the edges. Their clothing was a toolkit, changeable, adaptable, and tuned to the body and the weather. But the real genius was maintenance. Inside the tipi, women checked clothing each morning, brushed frost off fur, softened stiff edges near the fire, repaired torn sinew stitches, ray-smoked hides to keep them waterproof, replaced grass inside moccasins. That routine wasn't chores. It was survival. And it was daily. Now picture a winter evening. The lodge glows orange from the fire. Snow outside has piled 3 feet high. Someone is sewing in the warm corner, pulling sinew through a hide with a rhythm so smooth it feels like part of the fire's heartbeat. They aren't just making clothing, they're making safety, warmth, continuity. That's what clothing meant in winter, not fashion, not aesthetics, but living protection. Here's something settlers never understood until they lived with these families. It wasn't a single garment that kept them warm. It was the entire philosophy of clothing, and that philosophy came from one quiet truth: every layer mattered. Every stitch mattered. Every piece was part of a system designed not to conquer winter, but to move with it. Some explorers even wrote that native riders wearing full winter gear could ride through storms. That froze soldiers stiff in their wool coats. That wasn't an exaggeration. Soldiers died in those storms. These families survived them, thrived through them, walked through them like they were nothing more than another voice on the wind. When you step back and look at it, their winter clothing wasn't primitive at all. It was advanced, experiential, precise, a living technology made from the land itself. Today, we talk about performance fabric, thermal efficiency, breathable materials, and adaptive insulation. They achieved all of that with hide, fur, sinew, smoke, memory, and genius. Their clothing worked because it was alive with the breath of the land, alive with the warmth of the body, alive with the wisdom of centuries. So the next time someone imagines these families shivering through storms, remember this: they weren't victims of winter. They were masters of it, wrapped in engineering so elegant, so natural, and so effective that modern gear still tries and often fails to match it. They didn't just wear clothing, they wore survival. They wore knowledge. They wore the winter itself and walked through it unafraid. As you drift to sleep, remember, time changes everything and yet almost nothing.